Hello, everybody. My name is Kari, and welcome to UPL Finals. I just subbed in, and I'm here with your analysts, Beatdown and Tempos. How are we today, gentlemen? Let's start with you, Beatdown.
I'm doing great. Super excited. I didn't come on as kind of clutch the 11th hour as you did, but I actually also was a sub, so I'm really excited to be on here, be part of the finals because we didn't get to do many matches this last week or so. So let's do this.
Yeah, let's get it done. Tempos, how are you? Feeling a little spicy today?
Yeah, all these solo queue games got me pretty tired, but 40-minute queues will do that to you.
You know what? Take out your frustration on these players. Let's roast them. I'm just kidding. They made it to the finals. They deserve our respect. Yeah, I don't have a run of show, so I'm just gonna hang out. Oh, predictions. We're doing predictions next. Oh, we're doing predictions last. All right, Beatdown, tell me about the teams.
Well, for one thing, it is the, as we were joking about behind the scenes, the AOE win trade match. I got to say it looks like. And first starters, I got to talk to both of the teams and get a little information about how they're feeling going to this point here. AOE not Zeus. On the one hand, some of the challenges they went through this split were players having tryouts, scouting grounds. They actually didn't get a lot of scrim time in recent weeks because of these things, and are just happy they got to manage. They managed to get any scrim time they did on the current preseason patch. Because it's right, if you've been living under a rock, we are in the preseason. Things are different. Riot has once again gained us with a brand new video game. Everyone say thank you to the small indie company. And now we have a lot of teams trying to figure out what is going to be good. And that does make today's match that much more exciting and honestly a little more unpredictable. And I mean, AOE Cope on the other side, another team, two of the best teams in the entire tournament, and a lot of people, myself included, have AOE Cope taking it all. Really stacked roster, really strong players, and I mean, I think, talking to their coach, Argentum Sky, a lot of the only thing they're really looking towards to kind of solidify their win tonight is that they just focus on playing their game, focus on the game plan, because they feel even with these preseason changes, not a whole lot is going to change with how they actually play the game, except for some things like key champions that are now suddenly dummy OP and keystones that people want to use and abuse.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be the name of the game, right? We're min-maxing and abusing these new changes, trying to take our opponent off guard and being as flexible as humanly possible. Tempos, can you give me the down low on AOE not Zeus?
Yeah, which roster is that again? That's the one. I'm losing track of which rosters are which. That's
because it's all
Shochi
AOE.
Pals, right?
That's the one with Draxter
the
top.
AOE win
remember?
trade, yeah. Yeah, I think I scrimmed against this roster for a fill-in team one time, and they were actually solid. Like, I didn't expect them to be as good as they were, so I have them as taking it, but that's mostly just because I'm cheering for my boys. But I think they can definitely put up a solid fight against this team that's supposedly really stacked. I think they'll be okay.
Honestly, I feel like whoever wins this is going to be like the adept king, you know? They're going to be the ones who are, you know, adjusting to what is kind of a crazy off-season start, I guess preseason start. I played, I think, 7 games last night, and I just went to bed like dreaming of League of Legends, Hextech Dragons, Chemtech Dragons.
Oh my god,
yeah. It was my first time playing in almost 2 months because I've been working so much, so that was like really jarring for me. Plus, like, you know, one person who knows the meta really well gets going in Smurf queue and you're destroyed. So I'm super excited. What kind of champ picks are we looking at, Beatdown? You did mention there are a couple that are a little OP right now.
I wish it were only a couple. I think especially this is a lot of, I actually had a pretty good in-depth conversation with Argentum Sky earlier tonight, trying to get a feel on how, or what's going to be good. I think a big thing that comes up is that lethal tempo, because of its changes, it is extremely good now. Any AD carry who could potentially take it is good, but crazy enough, any melee champion who could possibly take it is even better. Things like we talked about Yone, Set, Gwen, and there's a bunch of others that are not coming off the top of my head, but there's stuff like that I think to watch out for. So a lot of the champs that we would already see, I think in the solo lanes, are still pretty good. It's just things like 80 carry roll that I think might be shifted a little bit. And I think mages are going to be a lot better now as well with some of the new mana items that came through. Things like Rise, Cast, I think are a lot better than before.
Anything to add, Tempos?
Yeah, I just have flashbacks of like, well, today the big one was Niles Victor that just obliterated my team with the new crown item. That item is That item's crazy. I
Yeah.
see people buy that item and they are suddenly immune to assassins. They one-shot everybody. It's like 2,800 gold. Like, it's crazy. That item's nuts.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, especially on like Vex or something. Like I could see that item just becoming insane like every game.
You know, I had like again the worst 7 games of my life trying to play Evelyn yesterday, so I didn't know.
Yeah.
I've just had a bad time, but this will be a good time. Let's take a look at our predictions just really quick here. Come on. All right, Tempos, what did you predict? Who's gonna take it all? I think you voted for Zeus. I think we
Oh
already
man,
touched on
yeah,
that.
I have Zeus winning it because one, they're my boys. Two, I think that team is surprisingly solid. Like, I think on paper it doesn't look as good as they actually are, which I don't mean that as an insult, but like honestly, it's surprising. And as far as like teams that can take it in preseason, like who knows? Like any preseason stuff can happen, and I'm sure they got some strategy. And well, yeah, I have faith in them. I have faith in them. Huh?
All right. All right. I feel like of all the people on this desk, you are definitely the one most likely to pop off if you did not believe in them. So good for you, Tempos. So for Beatdown, what did you? I think you already told us you were expecting AOE Cope, right? Copium.
Yeah, that's right. It's funny. I was telling Tempos behind the scenes that he was the one on the copium going for not Zeus. But yes, I did say AoE Cope is going to take this one pretty handedly, in my opinion, partially because, like I said, these teams do kind of play a little bit similarly. But if you look pound for pound, player for player, I gotta go for Cope here. And even though I think the players on Natsus are really good, we just got a really stacked roster here on Cope. And the big thing a lot of people said when this season started was, can this roster hold it together mentally to be able to actually perform to their potential? Well, they're here at the finals. Clearly, they're capable of doing so. And I think they can get that done for just one more game to be able to knock not Zeus out and get the greater share of food at the AoE house. That was a joke. It's not true. It's not a thing.
I wish they had an AOE house. What a great reality show. And what did I pick for my prediction? Oh, just AOE. Okay,
Yeah.
AOE Cope. 3 to 2.
Cop out.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I made our producer pick. I was like, just randomize me before I got to look at the rosters about 3 minutes ago. So now I am here. I'm actually quite familiar with AOE, and I'm actually gonna switch my prediction over to AOE not Zeus for concept because that is a player who I believe in. I'm on side Tempos. Beat down. We have been like this since we met, and today is the day that I am going. Oh yeah, okay, never mind. Concepts on Cope. All right, never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tempos.
Tempos,
okay, eat dirt, okay? Eat dirt.
I'm just alone.
So we're still like this, Carter. We're still good?
We're still like this from the,
let's go.
moment we left the womb together.
Yeah, of course. That's exactly what happened.
Absolutely.
I was there, so were you. Good times.
I was born 9 years before you. Anyway, let's not talk about age anymore. I think we're going to throw it right to the casters. Thank you so much for tuning in. And AOE, welcome to your third Civil War, actually, I think.
Thank you to the desk for getting us ready for what is going to be a hyped night of UPL action here. My name is Travis D. I am joined by my ever so gorgeous co-caster Rebel. And Rebel, we are getting into what is going to be, yet again, as the desk already alluded to, the third Civil War of AOE.
Yeah, funny enough, we walked into this split and we saw over half the teams were collegiate squads. The other half the teams were like AoE squads. And so it was like, it's an AoE versus collegiate civil war that AoE dramatically came out on top of, beating their way through quarters, semis, all of these really good collegiate teams, and finally landing themselves with 2 of their own AoE squads here inside of the finals. With the potential of taking on one another. And what a set of players on both squads to be able to see as we get our first look at kind of how AoE has been able to start taking players out of solo queue, some of the ones that have been used up inside of Proving Grounds, and give them another chance to show what they can do on the competitive scene.
Yeah, giving some new talent a new spotlight, and also making sure those people who were on some of those rosters you were talking about be able to have that moment to show their stuff on the stage. And it's been great to be able to see. But with both of these teams being AoE in the organization, we also got to hit on the fact that these 2 teams had 2 completely different paths onto their way to the finals.
Yeah, on the side of AoE, not Zeus, they came out of, obviously, Group A, which had itself a decent amount of competition. You had Bay State there, which is Again, a team that I think is slept on in terms of collegiate so far. We haven't seen them have the massive success. I want to see them break out still. And then UCI, who was competitive in our previous UPL split, getting in the top four, just one split ago, as well as Striking Vipers, who were right there in the playoffs in the previous split. So like so many of these competitors that had come out from both collegiate and from previous splits, all brought down in incredible fashion from Not Zeus, only for them to also sweep their way through the bracket stage, not only taking down Ambition, which was of course the bottom seed from in one of our brackets, bringing down SLU, who's a top 3, top 4 collegiate squad, as well as bringing down their sister team AOE Dream, who came together at the end of the split to make a miraculous, kind of semifinals run. Who are going to be taking on that third, fourth place match. And on the other side, I mean, AOE Cope, they have a very different route. Their group was, I'm not going to call it like a weak group necessarily, but when you think like Winthrop B, Grandview wasn't particularly enticing. The split Dream had to come together at the very last moment. That group felt a little bit weaker than the remainder of the groups coming all the way out, outside of AOE Dream coming onto their own. And then they also kind of struggled as they got through. They got through Bethany, which was really nice. They went full split with Bay State College, and they went full set against Super Sunshine Fruit Basket Warriors, all of which hard fought matches in order to actually get into this finals. Not to say that Cope is a bad team, more so that they have just been constantly under harassment as they've gotten through this playoffs to get here into the finals.
Yeah, it's a been a bit of an interesting thing too, man. You talked about it, and you break down the pathways like this, and you're like, wow, wait, hold on. Both of these squads, one side had to fight through the collegiate war path, and then the other squad, they had a much different path. And even inside of the group, like you were talking about, it's not that they weren't tested. It was just like when you compare the two, you can definitely look at one squad and be like, oh my god, this person took out like they had how many collegiate colossus inside of their side of the bracket?
When you think of walking into the split, right, and who we thought was going to be favorites, at least from collegiate, we were like, okay, Maryville's got to be up there, St. Thomas is going to be up there, SLU is going to be up there. All three of them were on the bottom side of the bracket, and all of them eventually went down to a combination of both AOE teams and also AOE Nazis, who were able to knock out a handful of them, which was, I think, pretty important in the grand scheme of things, as AOE teams seem to be the bane of all the collegiate teams throughout. I mean, they're the ones that knocked out, SLU, St. Thomas, Maryville. They knocked out Bay State. They knocked out UCI. Like they did it pretty much across the board. And so that's what this organization, I guess, set out to do. And so their onslaught of collegiate teams on one side was really impressive. And Cope, I mean, the fact that they went against Super Sunshine Fruit Basket Warriors, that is that CC squad, who were really impressive to say the least. Coming into the split, I don't think we expected them to be one of the top teams. They went full 5 games against Cope, and they were the ones who beat out a couple of the other collegiate squads as well. So they had, I guess, the final boss of the collegiate run, and Cope were able to win it out for the side of AOE. The good guys ended up with the win in the end, I suppose.
As we suppose, and you know what, man, we've been talking a lot about these two teams, the paths that they've taken here. I'm most interested in is what chaos is going to be ensued for us here. We are in the preseason patch, and you and me, we were talking about it with the desk off air. We were talking about all the chaos. There's all sorts of different things. There's people that are trying to figure out what's good. People think they know what's good. In reality, it is troll. So I'm curious to see what kind of chaos is going to be bred here inside of a competitive environment outside of solo queue.
This is fun because we get 2 rosters from inside the same organization in a civil war. This is fun because we get our preseason 11-23 patch. So we are on the most recent, most changed. I mean, what has it been, 2 days since it came out? Nobody has been able to test or figure things out, especially not in a competitive space. And I'm curious how much of it pokes its head through and how much of it is actually held backwards all the way. We know the objectives obviously were Hotfucks in terms of their bounties and things like that, but that doesn't change a bunch in terms of how much strength is actually there, how much has changed about the game. It's a curiosity to me, whether or not one of these teams can actually adapt really quickly to these changes, or whether we see both of them kind of default back to, all right, what was working for us before the patch had actually come through, and how much comfort can we get for these, these players that have been playing for an entire split without a bunch of the new rules that have been added.
Rebel, I have one word to describe it if they decide to go in there with that strategy, and it is boring. I don't want to see that. I want to see the chaos. Let it ensue. Let's see what kind of fires they'll be able to start and see which team will be able to put them out the most effectively. That's what I'm looking forward to going into it. And I want to see who's going to bring it out. I want to see if there's going to be some first strike gamers inside of the game. I want to see all the chaos that could possibly ensue, the theory crafting come to light, and see which player, has this hot take on something, and if they'll be able to pull it off, or if it's going to be thrown into dumpster fire.
Funny enough, because you mentioned First Strike, and I know Tempo's talked to us about how that's a trap room, but we'll get into that when we get into the game. We'll get a chance to talk about that. And this is an interesting concept because I mean, you talk about versatility being a weapon that like teams can use, and the player that comes to my mind from both of these teams is actually Captain Shrimp. You think about the champion Ocean he's been able to employ being like a Sidge mid player, and then a bunch of other things. You talk about the Fizz, you talk about the Rumble being in that champion pool, and also being able to play a bunch of control mages. His play on C9 Amateur over the entirety of the previous split showed us just how versatile he could be. The ability to be vocal as well. I mean, Captain Shrimps is the person that I'm looking at when it comes to what kind of new stuff can we see from the preseason patch.
Captain, my captain. We'll see if he'll be able to guide his team to a dub here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into the draft here, and we're going to start off with the ban phase. See what the read may be between these two squads, as I'm sure they found a couple things that they may find to be just too annoying to deal with.
I like that. I mean, both sides have. I think it was Beatdown that mentioned on a desk when it comes to okay, what kind of play style would they employ? I think it does end up looking different, but in essence, it is the same. I feel like mid jungle is going to be really important, and actually, the jungle matchup today is what I'm going to be looking at mostly. On one side, you have Perry, who just came back from from scouting grounds, had an amazing performance that I believe ended up winning the entire event. Got interviewed, he got to show off some of his skills on camera. If everybody got to see the ability.
Also got an award.
Getting interviewed, he did get an award. I believe it was most improved over the week, if I recall. But yeah, so he was looking good in our UPL split before that even happened. And yes, he had to take time away from his team, but over the course of the last week, hopefully he got a chance to reacquaint himself, because that was an experience that's going to be amazing to have him develop over the last bit. And competing against Sheeden, who's been one of our best junglers here inside of the statistically, the combination of those two with their mid laner has oftentimes been presence around the map, and it's been being able to push people. To me, I think the real key difference is on the side of Natsus. I like seeing them go towards Minwi and Raheen. Draxler tends to play a bit more solo, things like that. Concept also tends to do that, but he also can solo carry a game. And so for me, I feel as though resources going into that top lane is something I can expect to see from the side of Cope.
Especially since, right, the Concept is just this carry-oriented player. When you see Concept playing tanks, he will rather pick up that Aatrox and start swinging that sword around. So I am going to be looking for a similar thing. I'm also going to look to see how Natsus are going to react, because as you were talking about, I want to reiterate a point that you were speaking on, is the fact that we did see a little bit of touch on Perry. He could be a very scary player going into the series with some new knowledge that he was able to get from the event. So continue on forward as these bands are rounding out. Lots of marksmen actually taken off the table,
making sure to get rid of a fair number of these kind of comfort picks on both sides. The Senna was very unique to Eno. He was pretty much the only one playing that pick. He did it just in semifinals only earlier this week. And it seems as though we're sticking with a lot of the bands that would have been here even before the preseason patch. So things like the Jinx, things like the Camille, none of these champions necessarily haven't taken like massive hits or massive changes across the board. More so just getting rid of the champions that are comfortable for the opposite side, ensuring they're not going to get the things that they've probably been playing long enough for this preseason patch and all these changes to have affected all that much.
Yeah, but you see the first pick, Aphelios, coming in, wanting to bring in the heat. Now it's time for Coop to see if they're ready to enter into the kitchen. And hey, look, just like in the serial killer, is Jin locked in.
So much of I've seen a ton of Jin both at World Tournament. It was around quite a bit, but also recently VCS Winter has kicked off, and I've gotten a chance to watch that. And this is perhaps the most picked ADC altogether. Not only is it really good at like providing utility for your team, it can actually be a lot more of a damage backbone now with some of the new stuff that has come about. So that's exciting to see. The other pick that's actually popped up after the buffs that had come out on 11.2, and I'm gonna miss talking about that as well, was the Udyr, but instead they decided to go towards the Viego, which has been a popular pick here for Sheeden throughout the majority of the split as well. The Udyr is very good, but of course this is a very, very versatile pick coming out of the jungle. I wonder if it's also flexible for Shrimps, as if he has an idea of how he could play this in the mid lane as well, taking this Viego there and trying to plect it into something else.
Oh, I'm going to answer that by saying I think Shrimps is one of the most flexible players you can have in your mid lane for sure, but he's going to have to do some flitzing around because there is a Leona locked in for Raheen down there in the bot side, so could be some possible trouble spelled out for him on some rotation. See how this Aphelios Leona lane pilots as Xin Zhao locked in possibly here for Perry. Hasn't been locked yet.
I like this quite a bit. Not only does this give you something that can combat against Viego in a jungle like idea, like one-on-one against Shin in the earlier phases, Xin Zhao is going to feel perfectly fine. But it actually plays to a rather aggressive team fighting style here for AOE, where like Minwi wants to play big AOE burst Aphelios. You've got aggressive Leona who can play for the lane, play to get out on the map and put Raheem's hands to use, because that's something he's been very talented at previously. And the Xin Zhao gives a dive target, so you start into the enemy team, then you can follow up, buy space for your Aphelios to move forward in this. But of course, it's now responded to with earlier game presence, holding that mid lane as best as possible, being able to combat against the Xin Zhao with this Twisted Fate. This was the thing that I think made Shrimps really stand out last split into the previous season as well, even before C9 Amateur, was this pick specifically and his ability to attack the map with it all over the place to throw some disruption into the enemy team. Again, Natsus seems to be playing for this very team fight, kind of designed style, where they're looking for dive and then AoE on top of it, buying space for Minwi to work forward in fights. And Cope is looking to jump that with things like this, the Jhin to be able to use in the laning phase and the Twisted Fate to attack side lanes.
I also love the fact that now we're in a situation where Cope is going to be able to secure the counter pick for concept here, possibly. They're going to be able to keep this Viego a mystery as long as possible. It's more than likely we're going to see it inside the jungle. But over in the top lane, you will see concept getting a pick for himself, and it's going to be in whatever favored matchup they want. And we were talking about it earlier, man. Concept is a fantastic carry player to have on your side.
He is making sure to take away, first off, the comfort Wukong, which is something that he's gone back to time and time again, was one of the best at it, so it's not shocking to see that off the board. I am curious if they go for the Garen as well, just not wanting Draxler to get bullied. I know we saw that a couple times this split, but he even played it just in semifinals. This would be interesting only because, okay, it's a question of, does Draxler have this in the pool as well? Okay, he even flashes it on the screen. I think that was our producer just messing with us a little bit. But yeah, the question of like whether Concept has this Garen in the pool, whether he's willing to take it. I don't think it matters, because we're probably going to see Dio King's pick first now that they know the Leona is coming out. We're going to wait at that counter pick for Concept the way that Cope often does at their draft.
I think this is a beautiful setup that they have. This last ban will be a little bit more chipped off. It is going to be the Morgana possibly here. It is a hover at the moment. It hasn't been locked. There it goes. So what does Cope decide they want to lock in? They see Leona. They see a lot of information on the other side.
We've seen, I guess, like Enchanter is what I remember Dio King for quite a bit back in the day, and he has a lot different of a champion pool, but he's played quite a bit more of the standard stuff. So there's a number of things you could go to in order to counteract the Leona, but in the recent season, especially with some of the new items that have come about, the one that pops into my mind is Even Shroud. What can you go to actually defend it? This would be a play. I really like that. This is more defensive to prevent the Leona from getting in on your ranks, and it also is a way to bounce out Xin Zhao in the right case. But I like the idea of Galio. It ends up not being that, but the idea is just counter engage. Your E is useful for trying to deny Leona. That taunt is huge if you get double dive buddies, which you have with the Leona and the Xin Zhao right now. I almost would have really liked to see that play out, especially if Viego can get aggressive, get into the line. You have a delivery system all of a sudden, but the Alistar fills that same role, can get aggressive, a lot of playmaking potential for Duo King. He's got good hands. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, well, here we go. We got some wild growth coming at us, though. It tastes like purple here on the Rift, as it's not Zeus grabbing themselves the Lulu for themselves inside of the mid lane. Now, Set also looking to be the boss pick over in the top side of the map. It'd be very interesting.
I'm not in love with that as a blind pick here. I'm not saying that it's going to be completely useless. I like that a lot more. So I was running into the fear of, okay, if you run Set, you now have 3 champions that like run / dash at you, and you've got an Urgot player on the other side of the map.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, that is not a good idea. That is probably not the best plan of action. Our producer is going to mess with us by putting it on the screen. Not sure if it's going to get locked one way or another. But the idea here, of course, is that now Malphite's going into the hands of Draxler, self-sufficient to some extent, able to help team fight. It all plays back into mid lane, right? There isn't a bunch of other damage sources aside from the Aphelios to really do all that damage. It's everybody else being about buying space, CCing, in AoE, doing as much as you can to buy this big space for Aphelios and Minwi specifically, this very talented ADC who came from Wildcard to walk in and win the team fight for you. Here, Concept just says, okay, I'll play that game. You don't have a bunch of ways to knock down percentage options of health. If the sustain gets too high or if you don't have the proper heal cut, Minwi's probably going to have a very rough time burning through the health bar of a Mundo, not to mention the magic damage helps up against the laning phase that is against the side of the Malphite.
Yeah, this composition does have one major source of damage, and it is going to be Cope that's they got the target set, right? It's very noticeable on who you want to shut down. You do not want this Aphelios to get ahead, and man, I mean, I'll be honest, if there is a lane to gank, a Jhin and Alistar lane is fantastic for a TF Viego to come down and visit.
I'm actually liking a lot of what I'm seeing from Cope here in terms of their setup. They got soft CC out of what is the Mundo on the top side, good CC on the bottom side, like you said. They've got good like lane control with both those champions as well. Where like Jin's okay on his own most of the time as long as there's not a Leona poking around. And then usually Mundo prior to level 6 he is kind of finicky and they can dive him pretty easily. But with a Malphite with a Xin Zhao, I'm not expecting a ridiculous amount of aggression outside of Concept just over pushing in top lane before that mark. And so both of those are lanes that are easily controlled, so the rest of the map is free to be attacked by the combination of Sheetan's Viego, Shrimp's Twisted Fate, and even Duo King's Alistar, who can move out and about and get ready at the map. I feel like this attack from Cope in the early game is going to be really difficult to deal with, and if you get into later stages, the team fight isn't great from Cope because you've got so many easy bits of access to AOE, to dive, ways to set up this Aphelios. But if you can slow down that map enough, if you control these dragons, you can play a very kind of safe and reserved game where you can move around and attack people from a pretty good distance and should be okay. I feel like Cope's first 15 minutes are really going to give us that true testament as to how they're going to be able to handle what is effectively the scaling team fight that's coming out from the side of Natsus.
I'm just keeping my eyes for when 6 hits. Once we see those ultimate abilities come in, I'm expecting this Destiny to go anywhere this Viego is, and I feel like we're going to see an onslaught of attacks from that point forward here. The curious thing is also, how does the side of Not Zeus decide to start up their fights, right? They do have a Lulu to kind of speed up a little bit on the Malphite. You got the unstoppable force to hut hike and break their legs, but it is a lot of setup. You need to make sure your Leona and Malphite are perfectly coordinated and have this Lulu prepped to keep this Aphelios alive.
It is a big play of what they're doing is that Leona usually is not going to be peeling. Like you said, I mean, Xin Zhao's not really going to be peeling. Malphite's not really going to be peeling. There's no real protection outside of Lulu, but Lulu also in the right situation should be helping out with that wild growth on the front line. And so it feels very heavily like they put all of their eggs into the Minwi is going to be damaging whoever is in front of him. Our job is to make sure he has time to kill members again and again without being pressured by anybody on the side of what is AoE Cope. So the people I'm looking for to throw disruption to that. Number one, Sheetan, it's really hard to stop the Viego ulting onto your backline and getting there. The Twisted Fate ultimate can also create a really unique kind of angle to attack at. Eno 1 can play from a very far distance, so at the right angle, he can put pressure and push out Minwi. And if that happens, the fight on the front line likely goes kind of awry, especially if the Xin Zhao isn't going very early. And the alternative is Duo King. Duo King is a very interesting tool as a counter engage, and it's a question of how quickly can Aphelios kill through the Alistar ultimate just against him versus how quickly can like a Jhin and a Twisted Fate kill a Malphite. And I think eventually that's going to be an interesting question for us is, okay, how tanky does Draxler get? How hard is it for this team to bring him down? Because that is a very tough prospect, is bringing down a Malphite as well. They don't have a bunch for that except for Sheetan, who is kind of that percentage health damage. So we're seeing a bunch of different kind of moving parts inside of these team fights. I'm hoping we get some standard 5-on-5s or kind of set up 5-on-5s. And with these new dragons that have come out with all these objectives and kind of bounties and stuff, even after the nerfs and such, I'm expecting that we're going to get a chance to see at least a little bit of this 5-on-5 that Natsus is going to be waiting for.
Please let me see it. I want to see it ensue. I want to see what these squads have to put on display here. And I love the fact that you did talk about the fact that they do have to chunk their way through some tanky boys over there, especially when it comes down to this Malphite. He's got a hard outer shell, so I'm going to be keeping my eye because, Malphite is a very interesting champion. Viego is also very interesting for the fact that he is playing, 5 other champions besides himself if the opportunity strikes. So keep our eyes on Sheetan, who is a player, like you said, inside of the regular season, inside of UPL, has been a must-watch jungler.
And it's not only his just kind of temperament throughout the split and his ability throughout the split that is being hyped up. Also, I mean, given the fact that he's Viego, has this on hit damage, has ways to get through tanks relatively quickly, feels like he has to take on a lot more of the burden of damage than what is Parry on the other side. It is really a one-trick pony type composition
into the game
for the side
here.
of Minwi here for this composition that's been set up around him.
Got
Whereas on the
cut
other
for a
side, I
moment
mean, you
there.
have Sheetan, who
See
does
if
some
we
pretty
can
good
get that
damage. Blue
fixed
Skies will still
up
be able to take
as
quite a
we
bit. That's
are
Eno 1
getting
for anybody who doesn't
into
know. And Cat Chapin Shrimp, of course, he'll have some damage as well in the likes of the Twisted
Seeing
Fate.
exactly
But
what
you know,
could
Sheen is
possibly
probably
happen
going to have to do a fair amount of the carrying in the damage department against the side of what is Minwi. So
trying to see what the production is popping up as. We are trying to figure out what the audio is. So we're getting it fixed up. Something in the transition. It was too strong, too powerful, came in too hot. As oh wait, hold on. Is that Hope? Is
What?
that my beautiful boy? The Rebel
Yes.
Thoughts?
Minions have spawned.
I'm here.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. That's all I wanted to hear. That's the dramatic pause made me worried again. But we are getting into game number 1 here, and we do have a very classy Mundo skin. I want to shout that out. Got the Mundo, the squeaker toy cleaver.
I want to shout out the Lethal Tempo rune, which is disgusting right now to the point where Perry Jungle currently has it on his Xin Zhao. This is the first time I've seen a Lethal Tempo Xin Zhao, which is shocking because people actually kind of go crazy a little bit sometimes inside of Amateur into Academy even with their rune selection. And this is the first time we've actually seen this. I don't think it's a bad selection by any standard. I think it's a really good selection because stacking that gives you so much attack speed, so much damage to be able to work with. I don't think it's a bad option whatsoever to actually utilize here. So Perry Jungle trying out at least a little bit of the preseason action.
Yeah, and seeing a couple different interesting choices as well. Xenoblade goes forward, but not level 2, so not going to be any summoners or anything of the light to be blown in that case and scenario. But both these laners trying to see which one's going to be able to get their advantages first off here. Shrimp trying to lay in the hurt on this Lulu.
Yeah, I'm watching across the board. Mundo is going to have quite a bit of pushing power into the Malphite to begin this game. Not only because of just the ability to poke down Malphite and be able to put that damage into his shield. He's not going to be able to hold that. Much harder to come up for a Comet trade across the board, which is why you're actually not seeing Comet. He went for the Unsealed Spellbook to make sure he's got lane denial. This is kind of what you do when you don't have a bunch of lane pressure.
Oh, continuing to go forward. The Knight is on Dual King. The stun coming through. A little bit overzealous on the headbutt, but it is going to be Shrimp having the tribute himself. Gives a solo kill back in the mid lane from some pressure from Perry, but all in all, Natsu's coming out ahead there.
Yeah, great play on the bottom side of the map. Again, we talked about Minwi being a really talented ADC who came out of Wildcard, ended up on AOE as something else. I'll actually hold this thought because Sheehan's kind of posturing around topside and dive against the Malphite to start this game with a TP as well.
This is a TP too. This is really early. They're setting this up beautifully. Gold card comes through, laying in the damage. Seismic shards will be a lot of damage thrown out. A flash will be wasted, and that will be a kill going over to the Viega.
Very, very well played right there. Not only the play itself, where you have the execution of the teleport into that lane. Hopefully, Chapin Shrimp's going to get back to catch most of this wave, but he's only down 3 CS right now. Has the coverage of Sheehan as well to be able to work with on his way into this lane. But also, you take a look at the farm advantage that was held by Concept prior to that, and this was already kind of a guaranteed game plan.
There we go. So we are taking a little bit of a pause here. Looks like there are some tech difficulties as they are getting some stuff fixed out. The Malphite is currently like, wait a second, they can 3-man dive me before 5 minutes? This is rude. How dare? As
Funny enough, that's usually the way you handle a Mundo because he's got no CC.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, you can't prevent anyone from doing anything. So it's like you just dive him under tower. If you got 2 sources of CC, you're able to work quite a bit with like how much you dive. But you can see the game plan's kind of coming together. Bot side focus, Minwi, as well as Raheen on the bottom side, both very well versed in that bottom lane. It actually looked really good with the solo bolo in their back pocket. And then the top side pressure, again, getting Concept into a good place, trying to make sure that he is fully stacked with everything that is absolutely necessary to become this brick wall and make sure Aphelios isn't going to be able to do a bunch of damage.
Yeah, make sure Aphelios isn't able to do anything crazy. It's going to be great, man. I want to see what these teams have. We got to go back again yet for another little bit of a technical difficulty that's coming in. So we are going to look to get that resolved, hopefully getting it resolved here in game number 1. No more tech difficulties for the rest of the night. But see exactly what it may hold as, there we go, back into the game.
We can talk a bit also about just like how much talent is held within
Sure.
a lot of the amateur space between a bunch of different people, because we talked about Perry going to scouting grounds, but Concept was also at that scouting grounds.
This is
You know,
true.
Captain Shrimps was at a previous scouting grounds as well. He was picked up, of course, by C9 Amateur for the previous split. Like the amount of pure talent that is held within just some of these players alone, as kind of their own little standouts, is already impressive enough. Majority of them have represented squads within scouting grounds, proving ground circuit, things like that. When it comes to where they've been so far. And I think that's it's really cool to see that AOE is taking a bunch of these players and they're giving them more chances to kind of show off what they can do. Again, a player like Midwee, who stood out on Wildcard when he was there and able to make a lot of plays, had his problems with Wildcard and ended up leaving. And now gets another chance on the side of AOE alongside Raheen and getting a chance to show off at least a little bit. He's been incredible for the side of Not Zeus for the majority of the splits, and it's another option for somebody like him who maybe doesn't qualify for proving grounds as a squad, maybe doesn't qualify for scouting grounds because of the circuit, but still worthwhile maybe for teams to look at as an ADC choice for the upcoming split, because of course we're only a couple months out now from the next proving grounds circuit from starting.
Yeah, this is actually just huge facts that you just dropped. This is where some players are just actually, this is a starting line for them as well, where they're looking to make that next moment. And plays like the big plays that you get to see in the highlight reels, and the small things like that ward that we just got to see that Perry walked over, are things that everybody does look at.
I'm watching dragons as well because you remember we have 2 new dragon souls that can pop up on the slit, and I'm kind of excited to see what those can do. I've heard good and bad things about them. I haven't personally been able to play too much recently, and so I haven't had a chance to experience too much what the dragon souls can do when you got 2 of the new ones. But I mean, just the stats that they provide, the souls that they provide are ridiculous, and then the map changes also. The ability to have invisibility and teleports are kind of crazy as well. So it changes so much of the dynamics around fighting when you have some of the new souls. So, but neither team has gone for a dragon quite yet. I wonder if they're shying away from that because of the setup is just a little bit off. You can see that kind of Raheen is poking his way around mid lane, try to capture back some of the pressure in mid against the likes of Captain Shrimp's Twisted Fate. But nobody going for the dragon. They don't want to play too quickly and kind of cost themselves anything. They don't want to push this game into soul territory too quickly. I think Not Zeus is okay with that, just because, again, the longer this game takes, the longer Midwee has to kind of scale up on this Aphelios and be that damage dealer that he can do.
Just going to take the time to, instead of taking the dragon, they're going to imagine some dragons and kind of chill out on the rift, seeing as they continue to go through their dance here. Viego is stealing away the blue buff over here on the top side of the map, which does make me feel a little bit concerned for the well-being of Dratzer, as you do have the Destiny available for the TF, even though he is posturing towards this mid to bot side a little bit more.
I want to see more plays like that come about. Not to say that Draxler has been kind of like a weak point on the map, but Draxler had come in from more of a coaching role for the past couple of teams that he'd been on. And he's had some good games. Again, in the semifinals, actually had some incredible performances, especially on the likes of the Camille. But against somebody like Concept, like you have to think about what that testament is going to be like here for Draxler, who, again, he's not a bad player by any standard, but again, has not been playing quite as long as what I think Concept has, at least as of late. So you can see the bullying is here. Concept might just walk under tower and kill him, but playing a little bit further back than that. Not going to let himself get baited under the tower by any standard.
One thing you don't know about Concept is he is a Mundo Dodgeball champion. Is very deadly with a cleaver in the hands, showing that precision here inside of the finals. As we continue to go forward, and the same song and dance is continuing to be played, but a little bit of an adaptation. Dragon has been started by Cope.
Interesting. And this is something that I think Cope can use to leverage quite a bit of the earlier game that they should have in their back pocket. Again, by controlling dragons, you not only get the option of like getting additional scaling through like the flat stats, but also the soul points, but also you can try to force what is a team fighting team into team fighting before they're ready, which can cost them quite a bit of the presence that they've already got inside of a game. Because if a team like Not Zeus, they're not comfortable giving away a soul point, you basically have 4 dragons worth of time to get Minwee to the point where he feels comfortable.
Oh, yeah, looking for the play here, but a good flash coming out for Shrimp. Now it's the follow-up. Viego looking to collapse onto him, going back to the bot side of the map. As we're seeing the two just kind of farm it out down here into the bot side. A little bit of a skirmish going to the wayside in the mid lane, as you do see Dratzer here to look to make an impact.
Yeah, right there. A solid setup. The polymorph was gorgeous from Sochi to set up the combined play from Perry Jungle. It was just a perfectly timed flash from Captain Shrimps that ended up getting him into a solid position. The ultimate, the polymorph, or my apologies, the wild growth wasn't enough to actually get the knockup, and the support was there from Sheeden to make sure there was nothing else. And again, Draxler, he doesn't want to be in this lane anymore. This is not a fun lane for the Malphite to actually be in because he's getting poked down constantly from the likes of this Mundo. So as often as possible, Draxler's going to try to find his way anywhere else as much as he can. Right there, wasn't able to find the perfect opportunity to ult onto Captain Shrimps, who was without flash, which would have been defenseless, but it probably would have cost Draxler his life and maybe that Rift Herald play, which they did just snag themselves because, of course, Captain Shrimps, he had to leave. He was too low. He was catching a couple of waves, and then, of course, Concept was catching the wave on top side, pushing in Draxler to the best of his ability. So they just used that. Perry Jungle being in the top side already had made push. They should have been perfectly fine. Snag up the Rift Herald for some additional gold in the future, and that's going to be helpful for Natsus because, again, getting that gold hopefully on the bottom side is going to spike this Aphelios into team fighting territory.
Dratzer is having a hard time tearing through the cardboard armor of this Mundo right
He is not a Mundo dodgeball player. You know who's amazing at Mundo Dodgeball, actually, is APA. APA, I'm pretty sure when I saw him last, he won like 11 games straight during like a scouting combine. It was kind of crazy.
Wow, that's
so I'd like to see him in concept
player.
go at it. But yeah, cracked Mundo player 100%. All of the Aurelion Soul must have taught him how to position and like spin back and forth with the star positioning.
It says it in his name. He
it
always
really
plans
does.
ahead.
Yeah, he's always, well, almost. There's no
Well,
D at
Minu's
the
not
end.
planning ahead
Yeah.
right now. Oh my god, that flash was
Are you
so
sure
clean
about that?
though. Actually, wait a second. He might not be
He's
planning
got
ahead, but
no,
he's got
no,
the
Minu!
instincts. But here's the plan. Backfired on him.
Oh.
Don't have flash anymore there, buddy. Goes down. As
See,
more
he gets-
action to follow. Curtain call has been called. Beautiful headbutt. Pulverize gets the root onto Perry. Jump onto
nice.
him. And Shrimps finds the kill onto the Jin Zhao. TF still in pursuit of Raheen, trying to push him away from anything. And Sheldon is over here to these sides of Sheeden. Putting down the threat, putting down the pressure. But man, oh man, Cope played that so well.
I'm really not sure exactly what got saw by Natsus right there. I'm assuming what had happened was that Minwi, after that Superman kind of failed on him and he still had summoners and things to work with, he still had the cleanse to work with, he was kind of poking his nose where it didn't belong, trying to make sure that Perry Jungle and Rahid could catch up with him, and all of a sudden it would turn into a 3v2. But little did he know that Sheetan was right there ready to turn that into a 3v1 before the reinforcements were on the way. And then to commit to the play afterwards as well, to get caught out as Perry and Rahid just seems a little bit... Again, that feels like the result of the tail end of a play that was never going to work in the first place and probably should have just been called off. As soon as that flash got burned from the side of Minwi, they probably just don't have much. If they just walk away and then the push comes in from Blue Sky's Duo King, that play actually works. And if they don't push, then Minwi goes completely unpunished except for the flash loss on the bottom side. Feels like there's a lot more to that. As you can see, Rift Herald getting dropped down here. They want this gold onto Minwi one way or another. Even after the death, they are okay putting more resources into his bottom side.
One way or another, they wanted to get some more gold, a little bit more pressure. The CS differential is huge as well in this bot side, and right now Jin having a great time with the presence that they've been able to have. Cope having a nice little gold lead for themselves as well. So things are going pretty swell. Wow, top tower is really low. I did not realize top tower's that low.
Yeah, we're in a position right now where like so the potential focal point for the side of Natsus was supposed to be Minwi Raheen. They've received very little. Even the Rift Herald didn't end up getting a bunch of gold for Minwi because I don't think he got an auto attack to get plates off that bottom tower.
Didn't.
So it ended up in a position where like he just like didn't get as much gold as he would have wanted. Best case scenario, he splits that with Perry, and the entire top side of the map is falling apart for the side of Natsus. Look at like Captain Shrimps has already been out and about. He's got a massive CS lead over top of Sochi.
Oh,
which
here we
isn't that
go.
much. They're
This
trying
is
to
a
make
good play.
desperation play.
Teleport coming in, though. They're looking to try and equalize something for themselves. They do have the Malphite over here into the area. He is holding on to that unstoppable force, but he's dropped to half HP already. You got to pull the trigger. Sometimes Solar Flare is used defensively as well as the headbutt pushes Minwoo out of the way. Has a fantastic gun combo to be able to duel this out, while over onto the side, Lulu picks up a kill onto the Viego as he is trying to retreat. Beautiful pursuit coming in as the Lulu is slaying them all. Raheen tries to go in and try to see if he'll be able to continue to place on forward, but now it's a fight, a three-man fight underneath their tower. Double kill coming through for the Mundo. Concept looking to be in pursuit of Minu as he is trying to find a cleaver or two, get the slow, apply it in, but they're not going to continue a dive anytime soon.
No, the entire kind of front half of that play was actually looking rather bad from the side of Cope, because Duo King first started that off by shoving away one of the primary targets in Draxler to potentially snag during the course of that, where maybe that felt more like a disengage than an actual aggressive play. And then to get caught out, Captain Shrimps and Sheehan got caught in the river in that 2-on-2 in the very early game against the likes of Perry and Chochi. And again, that Xin Zhao Lulu combo is what we saw in Academy quite a bit for the entirety of the split, because of just how well those characters pair together when it comes to that. And you can see the soul point. Oh baby, that's what we've been waiting for. Everybody everywhere, we are making sure to throw ourselves in for the Hextech Drake that's going to be coming about. You can see the portals across the map as our observers are showing for you very beautifully.
Hex gates have been opened here, and very excited to see what the potential may lie here. And right now, Cope have the first 2 dragons under their pocket, as well as a pretty sizable gold lead for themselves in this early part of the game, as going hunting for a Viego possibly here.
Yeah, Perry and Sochi actually they kind of ran up and around, which put a lot more. It took a lot more time for them to get here. I was worried maybe there was going to be a wraparound or a play coming out and about, but instead they're just going to focus on everything else.
Concept.
You can see that portal concept.
Yeah, they're trying to catch out Concept. Shichi is going to find himself in a troublesome situation. The Destiny is going to be used, and he's going to be completely separated from the rest of the team. The CC chain is there. Solar Flare went a bit wide as well. The Wild Growth is going to be able to delay things, and they're going to be able to find a kill onto Sheehan before the Lulu goes down. TF still throwing cards up. Concept is an absolute beefcake. Blue Skies Eno jumps into the fray, finds the kill onto Perry Jungle, and they're going to be able to get that kill for themselves. And the objective bounty has been claimed.
Let's go! First
Let's
competitive
go!
objective bounty in a lot. I think probably not ever, but very, very close to one of the first ones you'll see inside of NA Amateur at this level, as Draxler pulls the tower on the bottom side. It's so weird though. There's this consistent play coming out from the side of Nautilus, where they're either finding themselves in a bad situation or generating their own situation where they're trying to fight over and over again, when Cope has a composition that is going to just be better in the earlier stages, especially if you've got Concept paired with Sheehan, paired with Shrimps. These are the ones that have been getting gold throughout the entire early game. When you're interacting with those 3, things aren't usually going to be going super well for you right there. And so you found that a couple of times now. You got to wait a little bit longer to make sure that Minwi is going to be in a position where he can help carry and fight. Barry looking for some smoke in Sheehan's jungle right there.
Bro, I love this so much.
Oh, Lord.
Absolutely. As the gold card coming in connects onto Lulu. This CC chain knows no mercy. Concept continuing to throw out cleavers. The card's coming out, but they don't have an ace up their sleeve, as it is going to be Concept getting dropped. The Solar Flare to follow as well. A shutdown. The Drats are there, and man, oh man, that was quite the overstep punished.
Yeah, way too far overstepping for just the kill. I feel like they should have been fine just getting the tower. As soon as the ultimate and the polymorph are burned, Concept just steps out from tower range and they just auto-attack down the tower. They take that trade all day. They probably still get collapsed on, probably end up losing a kill or 2 back, but you gain so much from that. But instead, I mean, you burnt basically nothing. All you got was I don't even know that you got a real summoner spell out of that aspect right there. Maybe Rathine's flash during the course of that situation. But you've given so much back to the side of Nautilus by diving underneath that tower. Not only losing yourself the mid lane, but also giving shutdown gold over to this Malphite, which is going to become a tank. And now the Rift Herald also in their back pocket, ready to be used, which can help set up for what will be, contesting the next dragon. We have the look over top of it, the Hextech Drake that's going to be coming up. But now, I mean, Draxler's in a good position. You're almost on 2 items for Minwi. It'd be nice in the next minute and 30 if somehow they could get him the gold for that. I doubt that's going to be the case, so just try to get him what component you can here in the next 10-15 seconds. If he needs a back timer, he could try to take one as fast as possible, but it seems like he just came back from it back. So instead, you should just be working through mid, working through bot, trying to get some pressure around there, find a place to put down the Rift Herald, and then compete or take that dragon to slow down what Cope has been able to do so far. And all of a sudden, Not Zeus is looking good within this game.
Yeah, I'll be honest, man. Not Zeus definitely still playing with a bit of confidence too. They've been turning around some of these overconfident plays that we've seen Cope look to achieve here, and it has been on the back of this Lulu, the ever so pesky Lulu. This Wild Growth has been the bane of Cope's existence when it comes down to these plays, turning these surefire kills into moments where they're able to live just long enough for this Viego to be unable to pop off.
It has been a trouble for them. This kind of been the one bright spot for them throughout the entire early game, which is like turning and being able to counteract over aggression coming out from Cope. This situation they found themselves in, I just take a look at the vision on the bottom side. That huge little line of wards right around the defense of the Raptor pit here for the side of Cope. It's just so hard to try to infringe upon this territory right now. You're basically walking in completely blind if you are not Zeus into what is the Dragon area, and you have no position. I mean, you're setting up Rift Herald on top side just to get some gold back. But okay, I was gonna say Minwi's not here. He was covered up by the remainder of the side. I should have seen him on the mini map. That's my apologies. But nonetheless, I mean, they're just trying to trade some gold back, trying to get some of these objective bounties as our second one goes down in the course of the game, just to make sure that they can continue trading effectively and get this team the gold they need to team fight. But they're trading quite a bit back for it. A lot of the mid tower is being brought down. Raheen is just
he's trying to do his best. He's trying to defend this as best he can. Concept will be able to pop himself some HP and go back over as the Drake has begun for the side of Cope. Concept already almost 2 full HP. Gold cards coming in. Shrimp looking like a nuisance, just delaying anybody from this team to be able to get over there. Dragon secured, but Perry is going to be pursuing to see if he'll be able to find any kills possibly. This is the Alisher who will find himself the offering here. Duo King. Not going to be able to find a way out there. Was looking good, though.
I think he wanted to flash, and then he was just like, I'm too low. I'm not going to win it. Like, best case scenario, you flash right there after burning everything, and you get to the blast cone, and you get over, and maybe force them to either way overextend, or they just give up, and you, like, get out of that situation. 1 kill over in exchange for not only the 3rd dragon to set up soul point, but also for that 1 tower in the mid lanes actually ends up being, I think, more valuable for the side of Cope, is now Concept is going to run down Minwi.
Yeah, here's the thing about Mundo. He goes where he pleases. It doesn't matter anything that you want to deal with there. But on the opposite side of the map, the Jin Zhao did find a pick off onto the overstaying Shrimp here. So a trade for trade. However, I feel like you don't want to give up Aphelios.
No, you don't want to give up Aphelios. He is on Lord Doms, which is good. Now all of a sudden team fighting becomes a legitimate prospect for the side of Natsus, but it's still extremely slow as now. Raheen has caught himself in a bad position. There is reinforcements at least, and maybe they can turn this.
Yeah, the cleanse came in pretty late there. Beautiful flash. Eno playing so clean. Perry Jungle is having to scrap around with Sheedon over here onto the side as well. The Wild Growth is going to be able to keep him alive for a little bit, but now it's Lulu caught out of position as well. Curtain Call is enough to be able to get the slows and the damage for this to continue going in their favor. Eno finds the kill onto Perry, and the pursuit continues into the mid lane. Cleanse used, but it's going to be a little bit too late. Gonna find him. Trips go down as it is a beautiful Moonlight Vigil to come through from Minu.
And that's what we're looking for right there. Minwi being kind of the damage dealer. They are down quite a bit in gold. They're down 3 dragons, and here, this is an opening potentially for them. They've got no ultimate on the Malphite, but they're in a clustered area with Minwi. As long as he can focus down single targets at a time, maybe they can contest this.
Look at the weapons he has right now. He does have the chakrams available for himself. Baron has been taken care of, and Duo King layers the CC beautifully. They are going to find 1 Aphelios drop. They take out the Malphite as well. They're continuing to go on forward, back it up. They have Baron buff, and Cope looking like they are in complete control.
And right now, Natsus, they are so desperate to try to find a team fight right there. They're taking that without ultimates, and it was a tough prospect. I didn't mind the idea of it if they were able to poke around the edges, but that Baron was just too low when they got there to actually make that big of a difference, which is the one fear that I really had for them walking in there, was like, if this Aphelios gets jumped on, pounced on by anybody, there's almost no way to prevent them from just losing that fight outright, especially if the Baron ends up going down during the process, and that's exactly what happened. Cope pull the Baron, they get the fight afterwards, they now have complete control, and it's so hard for Natsus to actually come back in this game, even with a superior team fight like they've got. Finding that team fight's going to be near impossible because it should just be pressure all around the map from the side of Cope to be able to do anything and everything they're looking for. Even now, Shrimp's bullying out the Lulu.
Yeah, look at this. The Lulu just wanted the recall.
Oh my goodness,
Shrimp
the chain
spoiler
CC.
to it. They just chain CC him up. We've been seeing this all the time, man. It's one bit of CC that gets layered on top of another.
This is a terrible position. I think Natsus honestly might just like chalk this game up because it's a minute 30 for Dragon. They're down almost 10,000 gold. They're down 3 dragons. The next dragon is going to give the Hex Tech Drake as well, which is the soul, and that's with like the chain lightning true damage that comes about. So now all of a sudden this team has AOE to work with on the side of Cope, which means that Aphelios is going to be hitting like a truck. All of a sudden, like, yeah.
Oh, catch Watch out onto for Perry. Sheeta is getting jumped onto. Curtain Call is coming out. Is going to be able to fan out the rest of them. Raheem getting in range to threaten the Solar Flare while the junglers continue to do battle. But Viego will be able to pick up the dub on this one here. We got Concept going for the flank with Duo King as it is just some Gale Force gaming. Coming out here, Raheem taking a good amount of damage to Wildgrove, but it's going to be able to burst them all down. That's a double kill coming through, and now it's just Lulu. It's just one bit of CC followed up by the entirety of Cope every single time, and what a commanding game number one from them.
Fantastic stuff. They were supposed to attack early. That's exactly what they did. That was all that they needed to. And again, it was off the back of Captain Smith, off the back of Cheaton. Oh, goodness, yeah.
He took a head skate away. The new form of BM.
Oh,
he had to take 2 towers.
Draxler even knows. I mean, he's just playing with his food right here as well. Again, Cope with an incredible little display in our first game. Looking fantastic. They draft a comfortable composition. They knew what their win condition was. They executed on it at the beginning of the game. Somehow they were able to also kind of goad a number of times the side of Nazis into fights. I don't think they wanted that early into the game, which kind of just fed more and more gold into this lead that they had. So good stuff from them in the beginning of the game. Just kind of exercising their right. That mid-jungle combination was just too much to deal with in the earlier stage of the game.
Yeah, and honestly, Cope came in here with a fantastic strategy. It's a standard one that they've been able to bring through in time and time again, and that is just all across the board. Everybody played phenomenally. That's been their strategy since the beginning, man. Hey, look, win lane, win game. It's a solid way to play. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are inside of a best of 5 here, Rebel, and that was game number 1. We got still a whole bit of games to come our way. So we're going to throw it over to a break. And when we come back, we're going to be going into our analyst test, who's going to get us ready for game number 2. So don't touch that browser.
Welcome back to the Unified Premier Finals! Unified Premier League Finals. My name is Kari, and I am joined here by Beatdown and Tempos. Definitely not Tempos. Beatdown, give us the lowdown on what happened down on Summoner's Rift.
It's funny you say down too, and I'm sure Temples wants to touch on this a little bit. Everything really kind of took place down in the bottom lane for the most part. It really felt like, especially with the Aphelios and Minuig ending up getting first blood, you immediately start thinking, hey, okay, this is really good. Aphelios winning lane early against the Jhin, he's going to hyperscale. It's going to be great, but ends up falling behind anyway. That aside, Cope were also making a lot of plays on the other side of the map. We saw a lot of dives come through, really making Draxler's life very difficult. And even though he was playing Malphite, who was whose really only purpose as a champion is to press R, it was still really difficult for Draxler to actually have the impact, because anytime you try to set up for a play, he gets caught out, and because he's so lacking in stats, in itemization, and everything like that levels, he just gets destroyed.
It's a big bummer. It was hard to watch that. They died with a whisper and not a bang, and that was, I mean, it was rough to watch because it seemed really hopeful to begin with. Tempos, where did everything go wrong in that mid to late game?
I think they really looked to like enable the Aphelios, but they just couldn't get him ahead because of the TF pressure and the Malphite pressure, or the Mundo pressure coming in to match the Malphite. And like they got the first blood because Alistar didn't respect him, but then they couldn't get him ahead because everybody on their team built ninja tabbies or plated steel caps, as Twitch chat always corrects me, because if you haven't played in previous seasons, they're now plated steel caps. But yes, plated steel caps means no Aphelios carry for the most part.
Yeah, and near impossible to come back unless, like, I don't know, you give up a couple inhibitors and then camp those for like 20 minutes, right? There's just like no real like way to come back after that, especially when they're in your base. So, Beatdown, what would you say if Zeus wanted to do a better job on this one? We're not going to go so far as to say that they're going to win, but let's say they live a little bit longer here, scrounge up a little bit of a lead and maybe eke one out.
I think the big thing is when you look at the draft part, it's kind of like Tempos was highlighting. Plated steel caps basically made not Zoo's win con null and void, non-existent. Aphelios had a sad time, and Xin Zhao didn't even have a time. He basically wasn't even there. So I think going into this next one, probably don't put Shochi on the Lulu. Have like you need some kind of magic damage threat, one, so that you can actually try and have another lane you can play through instead of kind of sacking the lane, and also making it a little having these multiple win cons you can play through, so it's harder for Cope to be able to very easily nullify the single win con you had.
Okay, Tempos, anything to add there for what they can do, adjust their draft so far?
Yeah. I mean, well, when we talk about what is it? There's like a lot of AP champs that are good now because of one. Although Tempos, you say it's a bait rune, there are still people who do like to run first strike on a lot of mages.
It's a bait rune.
With the new item as the new mythic item, Crown of I don't remember the full name, but basically Crown being extremely good. The new tank legendary that builds through tier. A lot of sustained damage mages are really happy with this one too. Things like Rise, Cassiopeia, and the like. So you have a lot of options in that particular realm of champions that you could look towards, and I'm sure those are champs Shochi could play. I'm pretty sure I've seen him play cast too.
Okay, Tempos, anything else to add to that one?
Yeah, I think just from seeing him play and knowing how Shochi is, I think he's a very good mechanical carry, and I think he can really come through in a lot of these games. And I'd like to see him on more like mechanical like carry champs, like whether it be like Yone or Vex or any mage really. Like I think he can be a strong win con, and I'd like to see him on those champs.
Okay, I like the sentiment. Give Shochi teeth back on that Lulu, not so much.
Yeah.
In this game, hopefully we'll be able to see that come through and shine. Actually, you know what? After this analysis, I've got some serious hope for Zeus here to take this next game. So, with that said, let's go straight into the next game. We're going to our casters.
Thank you, as always, to our fantastic desk to get us prepped and ready to go going into game number 2 here. Yet again, my name is Travis D. I'm joined here with Rebel Fox. And Rebel, we got to see what was a very quick turnabout. It felt like Cope really had a good handle on how they wanted to play the game. Going into game number 2, going to see if Cope's going to be able to recreate that success.
It's I think part of it was both a well-designed game plan from Cope that they executed on well, and kind of an easily aggressed against composition from Not Zeus. Mostly because, I mean, yeah, Draxler was on a position where like he was a team fighter and he got bullied out of lane. Sochi was supposed to be all about team fighting, effectively got out roamed from the likes of Cap and Shrimps. Perry didn't have the pressure he wanted because again, his entire top side was a little bit weak. Bottom lane was supposed to be all this pressure, but it didn't end up meaning all that much together. And so Cope was able to kind of take advantage of everything all at once. I want to see more layers to this. I know our desk talked about how Sochi hopefully has something, with more teeth, I think is the way that Kari put it, which is an excellent way of putting it, by the way, if you talk about, being able to actually bite at the side of Cope. But in general, I think more complexity. You think about these players, and like Draxler was a coach. He understands how compositions work. Sochi, Minwi, Rahim, they're no strangers to the competitive play. Perry, who's even the most green of all of these players, has been in the league for a long enough time, I think, to be able to execute on some different win conditions against one of their sister teams here, AOE. So yeah, I'd like to see some more complexity. You don't have to go for just like Malphite, Yasuo, AOE, press ultimate compositions in order to win everything.
Yeah. I just don't want to see a single threat composition from him this time. I want to see him go with more threats, man. Like, the Aphelios was your major threat last time. All right, let's give a little bit more variety. Let's make it to where, Ninja Tabby, aka the plates shoes. I don't know what they're called because they're Ninja Tabby to me, damn it. But it is just something that I don't want to see one item really be able to solve some of the issues that the other team would have.
Yeah, who would have thought that bladed steel tab would be enough to actually just completely thwart everything that had come through from Minwi. So in the hyper late game that doesn't end up happening, it just doesn't matter because again their win condition wasn't able to get far enough ahead as it was. Even on like full 6 items, I don't think it was still would have been impossible for that game to have been won by Cope even in the 5-on-5 situation. So, but putting themselves on a better front foot, I think was really nice. And you could see last game this was banned out on the opposite side, and this time it's gonna be the Senna first pick for Eno 1. Really, really interesting.
Yeah, really in love with that champion here, and it is going to be a trade of the Jhin coming over onto the red side. So Natsu's going to grab that for themselves quick, and oh man, that's an insta-lot Vets.
We like that a lot. Again, the last game, Sochi was on the Lulu, and we were like, eh. Now we get Vex, and I like Vex a lot better. Not only a lot more interesting of a champion to actually watch in the confines of a game, but quite a bit more damage, dive potential, a lot of playmaking potential out of that character. That is one of my favorite new ones to watch inside of the competitive scene, and I'm hoping we get a chance to see quite a bit more of it. And I know Shrimps, I think, has played Deluxe previously. I don't expect this. Duo King would be one of the supports that could take this, but I do expect this to go to Shrimps only because, number one, it's got good wave clear to try to combat the Vex in the earlier stages of the game, and it's got the range to work with to really try to combat against the Vex, because again, that Q has good range, the E is decent, the ultimate is a very far distance that you can hit things from, and I think Lux is one of the few mages that can really try to combat against that, especially with the buffs that had come through just a little while ago. Champion seems like a solid fit for Shrimps here.
And I love the fact they just go right back to the Viego as well. So now the answer for Not Zeus, what do you grab for yourselves here? Do you grab your jungler? You see the Viego in front of you? Do you grab your support? Rakan is the current hover. It's locked in, so we do have the Rakan paired together with this Jhin.
In the last game, we actually didn't get to see all too much of Raheen roaming out and about on the map. One of the biggest things is a number of the kind of individual moments of brilliance that had actually been seen from players on the side of AoE Natsus came out of Raheen. That bottom side play, I seem to remember specifically, there was a 2v3 that he had saved pretty much top to bottom, or it was a 3v3, but the headbutt had cost quite a bit. But that whole play was kind of made possible because Raheen's Leona was able to lock up champions and do quite a bit. And if everything had kind of gone backwards and they hadn't tried to force anything else beyond what they had already gotten, play probably would have gone very positively in the way of Natsus in the end things. But it was the play calling that got a little bit too hyphy there from time to time. And so hopefully now we get to see Raheen exposed to the remainder of the map, get all over the place, especially around what I hope to be Sochi, because again, the Jhin pick feels comfortable on its own. If Raheen gets out and about on the map, helps attack for this Vex. This Vex can become a problem very quickly.
Interesting thing too, by the way, is the fact that we are going to see, more than likely, I feel like we're going to see Concept have to pick something blind here. So I'm curious what the blind pick is going to be going into Dratzer, who Dratzer had this unfortunate game on the Malphite, right? Had the before 4 minutes get dove a moment. So I am curious on what Concept comes in here with as a fantastic Mundo game.
He did. always wants to look for a counterpick, and this time Draxler is actually getting his hands on it, and I think that's wise from the side of AOE, not Zeus. Their one problem being that now they give away their jungle position. This is a lot of dive potential to work with right here. This is actually kind of ridiculous to think. I mean, when you have Senna, who's relatively immobile and doesn't have a lot of ways to kind of unstick characters, as well as Lux, Viego has some of that, but not too much. He's not really known for it. It's very, very simple for the side of AOE Cope to just get dope, and that's apparently the plan here from the side of Natsus, where in the previous game they didn't set up too much of a great, their team fight was very kind of all ult centric. This is another similar style, but this time a lot more aggressive in terms of its all-in potential of being, Nocturne Vex can go on the same target, Rakan follows really heavily in suit, and all of a sudden everybody is stockpiled onto even one character. And that would imply, again, if a Taric like this is taken, it would have been a gorgeous thing just because that ultimate is well timed. This is apparently not locked in. We're just getting confirmation of what.
No, this is the lock-in. This is the lock-in.
Oh, okay.
It's a Sona. And
All
we
right.
got some sweet, sweet music to be played. It's been a while since we've seen a Sona in play here inside of competitive, but pair it together with a champion like Senna, that would be great. But we got Wukong over here as well, locked away. So got some interesting picks coming in here in the game number 2.
I'm really confused, or I guess I'm not confused. I'm just a little bit. I'm not sure what the word should be here for Draxler taking concepts of Wukong into him in this game as the counterpick to his Mundo. There's some sort of poetic justice that can come about if he happens to win this game, that's like a gauntlet thrown down from Draxler saying, okay, I'm going to beat you with your own champion on the champion that you just beat me with my counterpick, which is kind of interesting. But you can see Cope has gone for a very interesting style. I mean, you've got the Senna, which is more or less unique to Eno1. He's pretty much the only person that I've seen play it so far. And in the new season, I wonder if you could test with some of the new stuff. We'll see when we get into the game. But more importantly, this also opens up a bit more of the farming style for what will be the Sona, who again, scales with items immaculately if you decide to go for more of the fasting style on the likes of Eno1. And the idea now, I guess, is, I know Tempos is going to hate this, First Strike Senna, who is fasting, can get a fair amount of gold and stacks relatively easily, while simultaneously giving Sona more and more gold to get into the game with. Eventually they get split farming, and all of a sudden the Senna's a beast, the Sona's a beast, everything's a beast. But this doesn't give you the best options of things that can counteract the dive. If Perry starts to get crazy, if Sochi starts to get crazy, if Draxler starts to get crazy, it's really hard to stop them from just killing Lux, Sona, Senna in one fell swoop of a combo. And so, effectively running this many squishy champions is a very bold strategy, Cotton. We'll have to see how it plays out.
I'm gonna be honest. One of the things I was most impressed about by Cope in the last game was how they layered CC with the Alistair, with the TF, with the Viego. Like, they layered it on perfectly. You don't have that same layer here inside of this game. So I am curious, because I feel like a lot of Cope's success was locking down these individual members and shutting them down immediately afterwards. And then on the other side, Natsus, they have themselves this composition. You were talking about it earlier, the dive, the team fighting presence that comes out from this, and the dive potential as well is actually pretty absurd, especially if Natsus find themselves in the situation where they get to choose the fights, where they're the ones picking them and figuring out exactly how they want to orchestrate their victory.
I feel like AOE Natsus have actually given themselves a bunch of kind of ability to dictate the pacing of this game altogether. The one place, again, where that could kind of fall to pieces is very, very early, but I think it's harder to aggress very, very early, is Shrimps is kind of stuck in place, at least a little bit more. Their bottom lane is more or less stuck in place, and so that should open up for Perry to be a little bit less active in this game, get to that level 6 mark, and then you think about, okay, where are we going with a number of different options here on the other side, and it's, okay, you got ultimates to be able to engage with on the side of Natsus, but you do not have pretty much anywhere is Cope having the ability to really start a fight. I guess Duo King with a flash ultimate's one of your best ways, but that feels really dangerous when you're talking about a Sona. So I feel like Cope is playing a very reactive style of game, which I don't love. Blue Skies, or one, has also gone for the lethal tempo. I'm not surprised to see it. I know that right before the preseason patch, he was running fleet footwork, and I was curious if either lethal tempo or first strike would be the option here. But here it seems as though he's opted for the lethal tempo. It is a disgusting room, don't get me wrong. It's very, very powerful.
What about Fleet on Lutz?
Fleet on Lux. I mean, this is a mage, so that's immediately one of the best choices you can make. If you remember at the end of the season, I believe it was APA was running this on every single champion.
Yeah,
It was just regardless of champion. We've now mentioned him twice. I don't mean to continue name
Yeah,
dropping him. He just
yeah.
happens to be the one that's fitting with Captain Shrimps here with these types of build paths. But yeah, on mages, it gives quite a bit. I loved it on Victor quite a bit as the season had come through, because that Q empowered with the shield and with the healing made him ridiculous to work with, and it seems as though that's been taken up by Captain Shrimps now. I mean, any poke that could come through from Sochi alongside that shield should be enough sustain to make sure you're not going to struggle too much.
By the way, I do want to also bring up the fact that we do have a farming Senna here. This is not going to be the Feast of Famine down here into the bot side, so it's just going to be a standard 80 carry role played by Eno here, as a little bit of aggression already by Raheem, as it's going to be just that. These trades, though, lots of healing can possibly come out from this duo.
Yeah, the combination of the Senna and the Sona means that, like, you know, Q from Senna, W from Sona, all of a sudden you're shielded, you're healing, all these things are coming about.
Oh my
that
God.
was a very quick trade from Sochi at level 2. Here's Sheeden to try to capitalize on this. Nocturne is nowhere nearby.
Yeah, doesn't hit the stun though, so we'll just make them run away in fear. Nocturne is the cavalry that arrives on the horizon, and that is the signal for Cope to retreat and rethink their decisions here, as many find himself getting traded upon.
I was kind of hoping for what would be the fasting Senna to go for first strike, because I was excited to see what the reaction of our guests was going to be, whether they win or lose in that situation. But this makes a lot of sense too, again, having the lethal tempo. Sheeton, okay. Perry found him out in this early stage. Nocturne was notorious for being really good in the one-on-one. That's why he was a top laner for a fair amount of time. And so, you know, kind of kicking Sheeden out. The movements here from Vex as well. They're going to reset the buff and loop around. Ooh.
Oh, yeah,
found a
check
number
this
of
out. They
people.
have the numbers advantage here. The beautiful fear to come out. They predict it. Get him knocked up. First blood going on over to Sochi here, as they will find their red buff. They'll find their query. And Cope is now all of a sudden on the back foot.
Incredibly well played there from a number of members on the side of Natsus. First off, Shochi somehow getting off the wave immediately. A lot of it probably due to the trading power that was held by him over top of Captain Shrimps in the early laning phase. Helped him push out his wave. Concept in some trouble.
What? Concept? You're about to get 1v1 by your own champion here! That is a solo kill in the top lane!
Draxler playing mad right now. Last game got bullied out on that Malphite playing the weak side. Now Sheen's here to respond, however. Hopefully Draxler with no flash is going to be able to get out!
No, is not going to be able to survive that. So that will be a kill. Traded back. Nocturne's down here towards the bot side, as this Cope bot lane is going to continue to aggress. Perry Jungle trying to fast track his way on in there, and it's going to be a beautiful bit of gank assist to come on out, but the TP will be able to stuff all their efforts. Concept is going to be able to arrive into this versus Raheem going down immediately, as Jin is trying to retreat as swiftly as possible. Bind only connecting onto one member. Beautiful fear to get off onto Shrimp here, and the rest of Not Zeus is going to disengage and be able to count their losses.
Very, very close to being able to pull that kill was the side of Natsus. They were maybe one auto attack short of being able to actually snag that one up, but unfortunately not able to close it, you know, just out of space for them, and that's unfortunate. It ended up costing them as well in the return play, as both teams have been able to find some of this earlier game aggression. You know, somehow Sheeden being able to keep up. Perry has actually been rather active on this Nocturne in the very earlier stages of the game. We typically take Nocturne as this level 6 champion, but here Perry's actually been attacking with it really well, and it's been okay. Right there, the effectiveness wasn't there because there was a lot of warding on the bottom side to be protective of this bottom lane for Blue Skies and Duo King, but you know, still, if he continues with this level of aggression, I'm kind of excited to see how much attacking can get done with this Nocturne when you think about how squishy these champions are. I'm hoping this aggression keeps up for Perry as the game continues.
Especially since he opted to not take flash, took the ignite instead. Hasn't had first recall yet. A lot of the camps not there for him that he wanted to be able to grab. Will think twice on it, will back and get himself some itemization here, which will be great for when he hits 6, and he's going to make these laners feel a little paranoid.
And now we're, you know, if you're on the side of Natsus, you're feeling much, much better. Draxler is up 10 CS, has the Sheen already. You're feeling good inside of the laning phase. And your team fighting effect against the likes of the Mundo is still very, very powerful. But now with some damage, you have some threat in the side lane. It means that Concept isn't just free to walk anywhere and do anything the way that he was on the Malphite, where you were getting constantly pressured, poked away. Draxler's feeling good inside of this one. And it feels like the support's there for Perry. You've got the mid push that worked out from Vex on that initial invade into the jungle. Draxler's feeling okay on the top side of of the map. Bottom lane, you've got this like Jhin and Rakan combination, which has gone very, very well in the earlier stages against the Senna, and they're going to have to defend a lot more. They have to play more defensively than they had been in previous iterations, and so this opens up the map a lot more. It's kind of what's letting Perry play a bit more of an aggressive game with this Nocturne. When he hits that level 6, you can imagine just how much pressure is going to get put onto these lanes here from Cope.
You can imagine as the pressure continues to kick up, and while it might not be as early, showing some attention to this Mundo. This is what we were talking about last time. This is what you normally see, the Cyclone coming through. Go ahead and put the fear into him, laying in some good damage. Wasn't going to get the ultimate. He lives this concept!
Oh, no!
He got those 6, he got the ult as the time was nearing completion.
Oh my goodness,
Oh.
Perry just got absolutely did underneath that tower from Concept. That wasn't even a big braining at that point. That is just like galaxy braining that's been consumed by Concept. Somehow, being able to ramp that tower's damage up, they reset it because Draxler was less than an auto attack off of dying. Has to trade that onto Perry in the immediate Q, flash away, stuck him on the stun. The Ignite was already burnt. There's no flash. There's no removing yourself from that situation as the dive goes awry. That means Concept actually goes up 2 kills to 1 over top of Draxler despite the CS deficit, which makes him feel fine. The defense is there. Cope's top laner, Concept, insane little setup on his own play, being able to defend himself.
Yeah, all of a sudden the gold has been evened up inside of the top side of the matchup here. And we can see some little gold differences being dealt out from Cope as they've started making efforts to reclaim the pacing of this game.
They will. And this is the second game in a row now where Cope's topside has actually looked really good. This is a game where Captain Shrimps hasn't had too much of an impact, which was kind of expected by us with this Lux pick comparative to what the Twisted Fate is going to be able to do in the later stages. But nonetheless, I mean, when Concept is your top laner, you're always going to feel comfortable no matter the matchup because he just seems to be very, very good at some of these individual, these solo queue type laning plays the way that we expect him to. Level 6 is here for Perry. He wants to attack bottom lane. He's walking right through the ward,
this. He wants it. He's going to be
Oh
able to
my
grab it
goodness.
as well. Beautiful to come through, but does not secure the kill on the Duo King. Finds him on the
Nice
last shot there as the curtain call lays in some good damage. Blue skies. Eno has to retreat. Does not Zeus find themselves the kill that they were aiming for.
Very well played, and that is the aggression from Perry that we've been waiting for, able to put it into the bottom lane, and now that helps set up Minwi and Raheem to attack the remainder of the map. The Jhin is going to be fine on his own right against the likes of the Sona and the Senna. I think you're okay just leaving them there and setting up for waves, and that should unlock Raheem to be anywhere else on the map. When he and Perry can attack a lane now, all of a sudden, things get a lot more dangerous for the side of Cope in pretty much every single lane.
Oh, Perry!
Perry!
What's the green?
What?
Isn't going to be that. The Ignite is there. The
Oh my
damage of the laser. Perry goes down. Got a little bit too greedy there for that red buff. And now what could have possibly have been a dragon play for not Zeus is looking like a dragon play for Cope.
It will be. I mean, I guess the Jhin did get a reset, so Minwi could be here. Raheem is wanting the re-engage.
Raheem! Going in there, looking for the play, trying to see if they'll be able to get the follow-up as well. Shichi is over here as Shochi trying to land a little bit more damage. Does get the burst onto Duo King. The dragon is still aggroed, autoing away, but Shochi is going to find himself getting dropped as well. Jhin has to reload his guns and retreat as now the dragon started up yet again, this time with more members of Cope in tow.
Felt right there, like, not Zeus. They were going for an interesting play by having multiple members attack the dragon
not
on
done.
the timer of that. They're still here.
They're one fight for
nonetheless.
this. They got the Wukong this time around. They find Eno. Eno is going to have to flash away. Lots of damage coming on through. They are going to be able to find the dragon off of that leash.
Okay.
And a cyclone away. Wow, that was a bit of chaos going on around the dragon.
That it was. It was very strange because, again, they were only seconds off of having their Jhin, and it was an immediate flash W from Maheen that kind of got him into a precarious situation that set that up. What it did do, at least, was stall for Perry to be able to show up and stall for Draxler to be able to show up to potentially threaten what was going to be the entire bottom side, which gives them back the dragon. This costs the TP of Draxler as well, as he's got to get here and make sure that Concept's not just going to absolutely destroy him in the side lane, because he had already given up that massive CS advantage down to what looks like 10 now, but also with 3 plates and 2 kills in the back pocket, this Mundo has once again feels like it's become a way too powerful champion. So the trade-off of what is not Zeus actually getting that bottom side play and getting their dragon even after all of the winning that had happened after the red buff invade, everything that had come about, the flash W from Nahid, still ends up going the way of Cope because their top side is still just winning outright.
Yeah, Mundo just smashed face against Tower as he does, as Concept is going to take that, get himself a nice little bit of farm. The Scuttle War was waged and was won by Cope there in the top side, as Shrimp is just playing this default matchup inside the mid lane. We haven't got to see these mid laners have big pop-off moments inside of fights just yet, but they are surely ramping up with the itemization coming out.
This game in general feels like it's ramping up to far more of a competitive, team fighting style game. In the previous, there was so much control held by Cope in the very early minutes of the game that, it felt like even if we got a 5-on-5, we were never going to get a competitive one after the immediate deficit had gone down, and Natsus wasn't able to get Minwi into a very powerful state to help carry the fight basically on his own. But this game doesn't feel like that. I mean, now you've got a contested bottom lane, both sides. You've got these mid laners who are both back and forth, at least a little bit. Yes, you have this gold advantage, but it's on a Mundo, and yes, he's very hard to kill, but it's not impossible. He can't usually just win a fight outright. I say that, but Concept almost certainly will prove me wrong on that fact. It's just back and forth a little bit back between everybody. Also, I do love this. The Yumu's Rush was really popular for a lot of lethality junglers, but it's actually going to be the Axel of, I think Ixum. I think I said that right. Axum. I think that's what it's called.
I think it is correct as well. We do see is Shelly being summoned down here into the bot lane, as they did have eyes on this Viego. They do have reinforcements in tow. Not turns over here to the side. Parry Jungle is going to go ahead and call his shot. The parry is coming in, and he's going to be able to find a kill on Ino to start things off. Shochi got a beautiful fear as well, looking to continue to follow in, do the damage. Duo King getting dropped, as it's now Viego, the Ruin King, is going to be ruined. Shutdown coming through, and it is still just a follow-up after follow-up. This champion gives so much pursuit. The Jin gave the lockdown, and Sochi hits him with a fadeaway and goes on a killing spree.
And the biggest difference between this game and the previous game is that Natsus is playing around their bottom side now. Multiple times he found their way into the bottom lane to make for either the defense or offense of the game. And while it hasn't always led to exactly what they want, again, you kind of you see that red side play that had happened just a minute ago. They're finding this aggression around the bottom side of the map, which is where a bunch of their pressure can be put onto. Minwi Rahid playing very well. Now Shochi has pulled 4 kills. We talked about a second ago, these bot lane, this mid laner matchup hadn't really got all that interacted. Now all of a sudden this Vex is going to go completely crazy inside of this game, and this dive composition has a lot of bones to it now. There's quite a bit of how Gary would say teeth to a lot of these characters to be able to go aggressive against the very squishy champions, and we are still a ways out from this Senna feeling super effective. We're a ways out from this Sona feeling super effective. This is the time and place to strike if you decide to
back into the bot lane yet again. The cleanse comes in, but it's not enough, as Perry is able to find a solo kill in the bot side.
You're never going to pull back on the throttle here. I think you just have to go full force if you're the side of Natsus, because again, you've got this composition that feeds really well when it begins to snowball. If you've got this powerful Wukong, you've got this powerful Nocturne combined with the powerful Vex, you could dive all day long into this line, and there's basically nothing that can stop you. The only champion that's going to be problematic for you to kill is going to be Concept, because you don't have a bunch of consistent DPS. But I mean, if the entire map is winning minus the Mundo's probably not going to be able to help carry 1v5 in a fight, and that's what we're waiting on. Now, they're trying to put more gold into Sheedan as well to help him out with that. Drax is in some real trouble.
Yeah, he kind of got a little bit too close to the sun there. He is going to find himself getting dropped as well. Raheem's there. Sweet. Great. There's nobody to follow up now. So it is just going to be Cope find themselves a nice set of kills for themselves. They're trying to look for the re-engage. Shochi is over here onto the side looking for a possible flank angle here. Paranoia is going to be popped. We're going to go ahead and re-engage this onto the Mundo. Not going to be able to apply too much damage, but the fear is going to be applied. Looking to continue the follow-up. Concept is able to barely live yet again, but now it's time to just dance into the bot lane. Cleanse is going to go ahead and be popped. Blue Sky is not going to be caught into a root there. And what a performance throughout the map.
Cope is striking back on the side of the map that they're working with, right? Where Concept is powerful, Sheeden is powerful. They're going to stick to the top side and try to force plays through there and let this bot lane scale to the best of their abilities. And here, Zeus, they're found on a counterattack into top lane, but it doesn't work out. It does burn a bunch of the summoner spells throughout the entirety of that process. But nonetheless, I mean, you still have this strong window to try to work your mid game around as best as possible. It's not going to be easy to kill him because, again, your consistent damage basically consists of Wukong and Nocturne, not the greatest combination of champions for bringing down a very tanky window. I also want to point out really quickly, like, Axiom is just such a disgusting item. Perry ulted bot lane, ran top lane, then ulted again into top lane after he got a kill on bottom side. Like, that is the dream of a Nocturne player to be able to utilize that. As you can see, already 84 seconds of cooldown reduction on that ultimate have been granted back to him for just that one buy. You know, Nocturne is now going to pop up, hopefully, with this this new item a lot more, because as soon as he hits that level 6, he's getting more ultimates in his back pocket.
Who needs Flash when you can just use Paranoia to travel, right? Like, here we go. Paranoia is used yet again. Speaking of the devil, he will show his face, but check this out. We do have the flank from the Mundo coming into the side. Rakan has already been dropped off the field, and that's going to be Nocturne as well. Rakan drops as Sochi finds himself as Mundo is just going wherever he pleases. There's no stopping this man. Duo King finds the kill on the last note, and it's just Wukong spinning away, but it's still the movement speed coming in. So much damage applied. Shrimp will follow through, and that is almost an ace here. 16 and a half minutes into the game.
And Nautilus is strong, but they didn't have a gold advantage. They weren't so strong that they could just kind of do anything that they wanted, and they found it. They kind of face planted into that fact really quickly. It was Perry and Raheen who thought, okay, we can dive into multiple members to go attacking for the remainder of the map, and they end up losing things out. As now this is going to be the combination of two dragons split between these two teams. The advantage over to Cope in pretty significant fashion with over 3,000 gold in advantage. And now we get the antithesis. In our first game, we got the Hex Tech Drake, and now we get the Chem Tech Drake to be able to wrap up, and we get to talk about how crazy that this map can be with all those invisibility fields.
Bro, I just want them to have like a really nefarious voice whenever it pops up, like the Kinfolk Bolos or something like that. I just want something dark and sinister whenever it pops up. It looks evil on the map, man.
I mean, this creates such an interesting, like, little setup now for what is skirmishing inside of the jungle, because camouflage, you have, like, 10% more damage to enemies who have more current health than you, so, like, you can turn around fights, which is really interesting as a concept. Like, there's so many interesting things that happen just because of this map. I feel like this is a cause for concern when it comes to balancing, just off the back of if teams like to, play around and struggle boss inside the jungle, that might come about. That was an interesting choice.
That confused me for a moment there. I saw the Lutz laser, but I didn't see Lutz.
Yeah.
So I was just like, where'd that laser come from? There's no Silas in this game. But we are seeing just yet again, these players are moving around the map. You do see Natsu's trying to get some control back, but Cope has a nice little gold lead for themselves here. Here we go. Paranoia into the bot lane. Curtain call. This is the combo they want, but Perry is caught dancing here, showing off for everybody on camera. It will end up being a 1-for-1 trade in the bot lane.
This was the problem that had actually come about from having this Nocturne, which is that your engage range is so much further than the other dive members. It feels like you have to dive first with either Rakan or with the Vex, and then dive with the Nocturne afterwards. Otherwise, you run the risk of exactly what just happened, which was the CC from Sona or somebody else coming out. Maybe it's a Lux binding, maybe it's a W coming out from the Senna. And look how much this costs the side of Noctis. They try to force into bottom lane. They get a 1-for-1 trade, not ideal at all, but then they are able to force down 2 mid towers here with Cope's top side. Again, they are leveraging the fact that their top side is so much stronger that they can kind of do as they please anywhere they want, where Natsus is continuing to attack in a bottom side.
Concept will find a tower and he will run his face into it. That's just the animation, man. I don't make the rules here.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, hey, that's the EDG.
Yeah, congrats, EDG.
Yeah,
Our
congrats
world
to them.
champions. Did you know that Minwi was actually on EDG? You can see his name because of his name, EDG Minwi.
Oh, dude, you're right. Well, fun facts here. Papa Rebel.
Thank you for the zoom in on our world champion.
Yeah, thank you for our overlord. all 80 carries wish they could be him. Make sure you don't scroll past this post.
Yeah, we're getting so bad with these North American imports from other regions that it's even creeping into NA Amateur where we're importing world champions. The UPL teams are snagging up world champions. It's kind of insane to me.
It's a crazy world we live in, man.
And when do we get AOE Faker? That's the real question.
Hey, man, listen. In the future, maybe, possibly, but for right now, we got Perry looking to bring the aggression. Beautiful Tron to be able to connect onto Shrimp. Time
What
to
an
hit him
ult.
with those notes, but Jin finds the kill onto Viego and Sona as well. The Cyclone keeps spinning, but here is the raid boss. One cleaver to go ahead and pop a full. It's going to be Shrimp taking care of
Oh my
Wukong.
goodness.
Who do you send to deal with Concept right now? You can take care of Blue Skies, but Concept will finish up all the work. Mundo goes
Lord.
exactly where he pleases.
Concept wraps up that fight, and again, he is so astronomically huge. This has been the case for AoE Cope a number of times, where you just get to watch, Concept take over on Garen, Mundo, one of these champions, Wukong, whoever it might be, as he just walks through fights, man. Like, there's no way to stop him. They keep forgetting that they are down, what is 5,000 gold, and a lot of that is in the hands of this Mundo, and there's not much you can do. That is not to take away, however,
Look at this
from the
face.
fact that, he's like something right there. I gotta come back to the fact, though, that Duo King had one of the most miraculous Sona ultimates. The position he was in and the angle he snuck to get 3 people stalled that play long enough for the TP to come in from Concept so he could clean things up. And it also bought Captain Shrimps enough time to get back underneath his tower so there wasn't another kill traded over, giving more gold over to the side of Natsus. It was a really impressive little ultimate usage right there. One of the better Sona ultimates I've actually witnessed.
But who I really need to ask the question yet again. Who deals with Mundo right
No
now,
one.
right? Like, who can deal with this Mundo? Nobody can chunk him. Nobody can destroy his HP bar.
Mm-hmm.
This Mundo is a polarizing champion right now inside of this game because literally, how do you deal with this man? He is the janitor. He will clean up every team fight.
You know what the worst part about this whole situation is also is like there isn't already a good person to deal with his health bar, right? But there's only one magic damage source in the Vex, which means if he throws Anathema's chains onto the Vex, he doesn't even have to build magic resist. He just builds armor, and like all of a sudden there is literally no threat to him because you don't have DPS, you don't have percentage health damage. The best you've got is like I guess like Wukong is probably the best you've got coming into him, but like if you're stacking massive health, massive armor, and you've got like just a health pool that is untouchable, nobody's getting through your health bar ever. You are always sustaining more than they're gonna do, and the Vex can't hope to accomplish anything because you have basically like 20-30% damage reduction with Anathema's chains. Like this is like Concept is just massive. There is nothing you can do. I know a producer just snuck into our ear and told us he's got a 5,000 gold advantage. The gold advantage is 5,000 gold. He's got the whole advantage.
Yeah, he is
in
the
his
gold
back
advantage.
pocket.
He is the advantage. I mean, like, how do you deal with this man? Still, yet again, the question has to be asked. And even when you deal with the Mundo, when you think you got him, there is 4 heals and shields. Here we go. They do see Mundo is in the bot lane. This is their time to strike. They find the Sona, but look at this. The damage comes through. It's a 2-for-2 trade at this moment in time, as Cope is going to be on the backhand of this. Viego is still alive alongside with Shrimp, who is at full HP and full mana. Mundo was looking to make some looks to the mid lane, and that will force Natsus to disengage.
This is pretty much the only way that Natsus is going to be able to help this game out for themselves, which is Concept plays side lane a lot. Again, my comparisons to what is Tony Top back when he played is that oftentimes he will default to side laning and then join the remainder of the team, usually with good TPs or something like that. And that's how he plays, rather than trying to like force into fights the way that somebody like Niles would have inside of Academy. If you watched him pretty much always want to be in every single fight because he wanted to interact. And this is the one place of exploitation for the side of Natsus, which is like, if you've got all this dive and all this mobility, you can go attacking when you don't have Concept around, when the TP is down, or when you find him in a situation in a side lane, something like that. But your problem is you don't have enough gold or advantage quite yet into Perry, Sochi, whoever it might be, to bring down members quick enough for that to be just a really fast strike. If you kill Captain Shrimps, Blue Skies, Duo King, 1, 2, 3 of them in one fell swoop, that fight is terrible. You can't win it. A Concept might be able to 1v5, but I doubt it into the later stages when you're 2-3 items, even if he is full tank. But because none of them are also
here we
dying
go.
or they're trading effectively, things are fine.
Here we go, Paranoia dropped a lot of HP, but they immediately burst out the Rakan. It is a 1-for-1 at this current moment in time, but it's Perry who gets dropped as well. Sochi trying to see if he'll be able to find an angle for himself. The 4th shot is locked and loaded. The lay in some good damage. Beautiful damage to be popped there as the Sona is going to get dropped, but Viego is able to tear apart this one little emo boy. Look here as they are just continuing to go on. Shrimp gets popped. She is going to be able to live, but Concept isn't
doesn't
even
matter.
there. He's just bashing his
doesn't
face
matter,
into the towers, man.
It doesn't matter. He's just split pushing the entire game. He's got 10 CS per minute. He's got multiple towers. He's got this obscene gold advantage under himself. Like, he doesn't even need to join fights. He can just split push this for a win. And who are you going to send to respond to him? Natsus isn't designed to respond to him in a side push. They're kind of designed to do a dive composition, and they tried it right there. They actually ended up winning in a decent kind of trade-off, eventually getting, I think it was a 3-for-2, all things said and done, or 4-for-2, something like that, over the course of the entirety of that fight. Sheedan was able to slip his way out of that. What is Sheedan is also incredibly powerful. He's basically the one member that's helpful for carrying when these dive comps come actually, running in for the side of Natsus. But I can't imagine this ever working once Concept has put himself inside of this 5-on-5 fight.
Yeah, it's disgusting, man. Right now, Concept is the super boss in RPGs that you think you can scale up, you can get some XP, grind away, and then when you go to challenge him, you realize he was also scaling with your level. So this is actually still just so very terrifying, because even though you look at this gen, you look at an AD carry normally, and you're like, 8, 1, and 5, you might be able to do something. He can't. He still can't. And look at this. The paranoia is just used to try and say, all right, we'll force him to back up a bit.
Not much to actually accomplish right there. I love the use of the Senna E right there, just to make sure everybody was untargetable by utilizing that passive. So Black Mist effectively used right there by Blue Skies to shut out a bit of aggression from Perry Jungle as they continue to just kind of bounce between allowing Concept to slide push in a lane and then having everybody else group together so it's not as fine this big infraction. Minwee is getting scary to some extent. I mean, 8, 1, and 5, 240 CS. He's right there at that 9 farm per minute benchmark, which is where you want to be. He's feeling extremely strong right now. The problem is, again, burning through the Mundo is an issue, especially if Anathema's chains get moved to him. All of a sudden, then Vex does some damage, but I don't think Vex does enough damage to really burn through his health. As long as the Jhin isn't actually combined with it, all of a sudden, without all that armor, all that magic, just things go south pretty quickly. As that's Cope's third dragon. They're getting quite a bit from these Chemtech Drakes that are working out here, as they're only one now away from that massive soul from coming through.
Paranoia did just come up, so they do have a go trigger if they decide they want to pull on it, but nobody's in position to follow up. And Concept with the team, this is not their moment to go in this time, as trying to secure a little bit of vision around this Baron area. Raheem going in is looking for somebody to be able to dash to. As the laser comes in, Raheem won't be taken out.
Not at all. Close right there. This is, I think, also kind of detailing a fact that if you're not really clean with your dive coming out from Natsus, even into the 4 members that exist right now, you're still going to run into some massive problems. Again, Sheedan is rather strong. You're getting into a point where 3-item Lux is going to feel strong. He's just walking between 3 members and does not care.
Yeah, check this out. 3 members here. I think you need to bring more. Concept is still alive, has some shields, has some heals. He is regenerating so much HP. The shutdown. Bring more if you want to deal with Concept. He is on a rampage. He is not even going to chase down this kill. He's going to donate that to his team. Cope.
He just walks in the enemy jungle, and there's 3 people. They're like, we can't let him do this to us, and he does it anyway with almost no threat. I don't even know if he dropped below 1,000 health during that process. He was felt no threat, had no threat on him. He continues to split push. Baron buff is on the board. He's getting bottom inhibitor. Concept is low key, just 1v9ing this series right now against
110%. Can I see the gold real quick? I want to just see how much gold is on the Mundo now, because 5K was the advantage
16.
before. Look at that. Look at that gold difference right there in comparison to the lead.
7,000 over Draxer. Oh my lord. I'm sorry, Draxer. Okay. Actually, I don't feel bad for him this game. This is your fault. You picked a Wukong into a Mundo. He's like a Wukong X one trick, if not one trick, able to play that champion. You're picking it into the Mundo, which he smashed you on in the previous game. You know they're playing a top side. This doesn't work.
To be fair, he solo killed Mundo early. Okay,
that's great. But ever since then, he has now gone on a 13 kill participation streak, and he's now sitting on, what is that? 5.5 bars of health. That's 5,500 health with more than enough armor to just not die to anyone.
Yep.
Impossible. Like you're not getting anything accomplished in a side lane, and as long as you don't just get a full engagement and kill all 4 members without basically taking any scars on the side of Cope, you're feeling perfectly fine. Just sit here and continue to siege with this Baron buff.
Here, the threat here laid out. The fog is so terrifying for these teams to have to play around. Cope is in a situation where we're looking at a possible dive to come out. Paranoia is going to be used. That's going to be a beautiful bit of damage coming out from Sochi. Goes Golden. A beautiful dance being laid out. Concept, though, is here to play spoiler to all your hopes and aspirations as he is looking to continue his chase. His demolition crew continues to demolish as it is just going to be a ace here. The cleanse comes out, but you can't cleanse death as that is Cope finding themselves with a 2-0 start inside of this best of 5.
See, I knew there was going to be problems when the fight got split and Concept was TPing in between. But even if he wasn't TPing there and that fight kind of played out in roughly the same fashion, there was a really good, another solid Sona ultimate that kind of disrupted the backline dive once again. And if they could focus down 2-3 members, the fight's also over in that case. And then you have to respond to 2 lanes, both mid and top, that are pushing. Even if you lose 2 members, like you're at best at equal playing field and you're not stopping Concept from taking another inhib. Like that, like the game plan is very simple now for the side of Not Zeus. Stop Concept. I don't care how you do it. I don't know if Draxler needs like a specific champion. I don't need if you have to like 3-man topside, whatever the play might be. You can't let him have Mundo, and you can't let him just walk all over the game again. Like, if he does it a 3rd time, you're going to kick yourselves for not having any game plan against this top laner.
Yeah, didn't have a way to deal with the Mundo. The Mundo has been able to go where he pleases 2 games in a row, slurping up turrets, bashing his face against them willy-nilly. Man, oh man, we are going into what could possibly be the end of the series in the Nets game here, Rebel. This is absolutely insane. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to a break. We got analysts that are over there waiting to chop into what could possibly change here for the side of Not Zeus to bring this into a series. So, ladies and gentlemen, do not touch that browser as we will be right back.
तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा 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 तेरी याद यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी याद 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 तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा
Welcome to the Unified Premier League, where everything is made up and the Drakes don't matter. Beat down. Let's talk a little bit about the draft here. Let's start at point A. Can you walk me through what it kind of looked like, how you felt about it?
I'll tell you what, I liked it a lot better. And I mean, they listened to Tempos and I's advice saying, like, look, put Shochi on champs that can actually have impact. Vex, absolutely that champion. You love to see it. And you could really clearly tell if you were watching both game 1 and 2 that there was a lot more impact in this draft. And there was a good amount of time where Not Zeus was actually pretty much in control of the game, because this draft, even though is definitely had secure executable win cons, they did need to kind of push the pace a little bit and not worry and not just sit back and scale, because when you look at Senasona, you're not outscaling that. And they were doing that, which I think was really important. There were just key fights where things did not go their way. They end up losing the lead. When you lose the lead to a team that outscales you, well, y'all know what happened.
Tempos, you brought up that the team fight tactics on the side of Zeus, the draft was great. I think we all agree that we really liked this aggressive, fast-paced draft. It just came down to kind of team fight tactics. What was it, Tempos? Was it like the execution of Paranoia? Was it even engages that were causing issues? What were the like key team fight issues?
Like they had really good engage on the side of Zeus. The problem was the Lux was playing safe enough that she could get like these 3-man bindings off, and she just became like this backline threat that they couldn't reach. And a lot of the fights, it ended up just being okay. Sona and Sona just ended up being bait the whole time, and just dying, but Lux would just get 3 kills in return, and of course you can't kill Mundo because he's Mundo. So like
Look at
if you're
him.
not if you're not eliminating this like Lux backline and this Mundo threat, then it really doesn't matter if Sona and Senna die, I think, in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like Lux is the game plan and then Mundo's the insurance, which is not how I expected this comp to play out. But I digress. Beatdown. Let's start the constructive conversation. Let's look ahead instead of I don't want to roast Zeus too much, kick a guy while they're down. What
Right.
does the future like? What do you want to see from Zeus?
I think it's tough too now because like we're at this 0-2 state where backs against the wall, you're about to lose here in the finals. I think for one thing, this is a part where tilt definitely starts to set in. So I think kind of ensuring your team can kind of mental reset so that you can go into game 3 with this clear and fresh mindset if you actually want a chance at reverse sweeping here. Like we already talked about it. I like the way that they are drafting now. It's just how things turn out on the Rift. I said it on the beginning of the show here. AOE Co, excellent players. So you are, especially when you run these team fighting compositions, you're on a knife's edge when it comes to how your margin for error and how likely it is that things can fall apart, because players like the ones on AOE Cope will absolutely take even the smallest mistakes and run with them. So I think not biting off more than you can chew, because even though it definitely felt like player gap from time to time, there were definitely certain engages where you went a little too deep. Not Zoos weren't happy with just a single kill. They wanted to push for a little bit more. And I think the Dragon fight that lost in their lead was actually an example of that. It wasn't just that they got outplayed. They kind of flew too close to the sun, and that is when they really started to get burned.
Yeah, with a lot of teams, aggression and that forward gameplay is usually an issue, but it looks like maybe they overcorrected a little bit, in our opinion. Tempos, will you expound on that? What do you think could be done better? Is it this aggressive comp that you want to see? Is it comfort? What do you want to see coming out of Zoos?
I think I'm a big believer in just like a lot of times you go down in series, and I think the best thing to do is just play comfort, play things you're good on the last game, because at that point it's like, you've tried a very aggressive comp, you've tried a comp with the Lulu that didn't really quite go as planned. But I think if they pick comfort and you can kind of see like the comfort shine through a little bit in these team fights, I think they have a pretty good chance of like, because I think team fights is just where they're falling short, and it might just be mechanically. But if they can get some comfort going, I think they can win some of these team fights. I really do.
Beatdown, I think that's you said like the return to form, just kind of have a mental reset. Let everybody play the champ that they want to, as long as it loosely fits into an AD/AP ratio that they're comfortable with.
Yeah, and that is what they did in the game 2 draft, which is why I still won't really complain about the draft too much. I think maybe just going for the simpler front to back is probably better as well. Like it's kind of to the point Temples was making about comfort. Also, just going to this to your roots, going to simpler ways of winning the game, I think is probably ideal in this kind of very high pressure scenario they find themselves in. So I think in doing so, they can find ways to come back. And I think especially with objective bounties being a thing, you hear a lot of people talking about how a lot of teams are just going to be drafting hard scaling anyway. So maybe draft in that sense where, okay, even though we have a lot of good late game tools, let's not put ourselves on a timer here like it seems like they did in game 1 and 2.
Yeah, the sense of urgency kind of was heightened, but it still made for better gameplay. They even got closer. They drew out that mid game much longer, which I thought was really impressive, like a crazy improvement from the previous game. But that being said, gentlemen, I think it's time to go to our potentially last game. If this goes to 5, I'm going to lose it, and in a good way. So let's throw it over to the casters. Gentlemen, let us know how this one's going to go.
Well, now I will say all I want to do is see Space Ghost lose it on the desk. That's what I'm looking forward to. Let's see it go the distance. Let's see what we got here as this war continues to wage. My name is Travis C. I'm joined here by my absolutely lovely co-caster Rebel. And Rebel, as we heard our guest just finished talking about, this could potentially be the final game here inside the series.
Yeah, I mean, it has been 2 games in a row now that AOE and Yalduz have been able to put themselves in a situation where they've got a win condition that putting a timer on it is a great kind of way to understand how it's supposed to run, but it's also like, okay, they've like ways to play the game specifically when it comes to how do they play out a fight. It's like, okay, everybody jumps in and then you buy space for Minwi, and then the second game is everybody jumps in and you buy space for Minwi, and it's a question of how long is it going to take them to realize that concept is on the other side of the map, just winning the game. when you're trying to set up all this dive and set up space for Minwi. So Draxler needs to be a point of attention, at least that needs to be held from the side of Natsus, because again, just slowing down Concept is enough to maybe get Minwi into a game to help win, which is what your condition's been.
Yeah, it's been that case of a raid boss, and there's been plenty of space between Concept and Minwi, as he's just been on the opposite side of the map, just taking stuff for free. I'm expecting a Mundo ban or something here, because they have shown they can't deal with this.
It's like even worse now, because if Cope were to run Mundo, they can run it on like pretty much any pick that they see the top laner pick in. And if they don't pick it, then Concept's just getting a counter pick. It doesn't even matter if it's the Mundo, because again, remember, he's a Garen player, he's an Urgot player, he's a Wukong player. He's got these champions in the back of his pool that can just take over top lane one way or another. There's pretty much no stopping it now with this pick. They have to somehow generate what is an artificial snag in the top lane for Draxler that he can blind pick into Concept. There's got to be something in his pool that he can take that he's going to be comfortable on no matter what. Camille was that go-to that I would have expected to be the case, but unfortunately that's been spotted out from Cope since the beginning of the series. That's not going to come out. And heck, they might even double down and go Gwen like they did in game at number 1 when they took out I believe it was Gwen and Camille alongside the Jinx, just making sure that those champions are getting into the hands of their opposition.
I'm very surprised that this TF ban goes through. Wow.
They don't need it.
I mean, I get it, but still, this just still leaves up some of the problems that we saw from Concept. Concept has been picking this champion later on. So
yeah, you're never picking Mundo in the first phase here unless top laner pops up and it's something that Mundo is good into. Like, there's just no reason to. I like if you even if it's at R4, you don't really care if Mundo is available, because you can just save more time and counterpick whatever it is that's going into the top lane from the side of Natsu. So I think one of the best ways you go about this is probably the best way, is get something that can actually kill the Mundo in the early stage of the draft. I was thinking Vayne. I know Tempos mentioned Vayne before the desk had started about how strong that champion is right now with lethal tempo. But this is another one where it's like, okay, it's a takeaway from Sheed, making sure he's not getting back onto this champion, as well as having that kind of percentage health damage that might actually be a legitimate threat to Mundo. It's not a perfect solution, but at least it's the start to something.
But it does open up the gates to what does this Cope squad want to grab. And Senna has been a priority for Eno down here in the bot side. Will get that for themselves as well. We'll be curious to see if it will be the same partnership in the bot side. We'll have to wait and see in regards to that.
I do think that left the bottom lane a little bit weaker than I would have wanted them to be during the course of everything.
Hey.
But this has been really cool, because again, I've gotten a chance to see this at what is the professional level. Again, it is VCS, so take it with a grain of salt. But this champion's actually been run to pretty decent effect against anything that doesn't have, number 1, a bunch of early damage, and number 2, it gets run with Predator, because Predator is a disgusting rune, and its ability to be used by Udyr is kind of crazy, because you can hit very, very fast strikes. Right off your first clear, you go for a boot, and you go into something, and would you look at that? Natsu's going to the Vayne. They snag up the lethal tempo abuser, they snag up the champion that's going to be good into Mundo, and now is the time where Concept just gets the tech swap going to Wukong, and all of a sudden he gets to blow up the backline. So have fun with that one.
We just talked about it and said, you know what, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go ahead and break it out and throw the glove down, see if they do decide they want to grab a HP boy here. The Lulu as well picked up. I am curious if this is going over to Raheen or if this is going over to Shochi. I would rather see this on Raheen.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people would, although there's something about this that's making me think it's going to go on to Sochi one way or another. Natsus has been playing a very kind of, game 1 they played a very team fight and slow-paced type gameplay, and this kind of is arcing towards that, just because you've got combination of Viego and Vayne, and now you've got Lulu. If you put Lulu into bottom lane, you have some harassment that come out. However, now you're going to get outranged on bottom side between the Senna and the Sona, so there's like Lulu's got damage, but that damage is not going to get you through a Senna Sona lane by any standard, especially with a Vayne next to you. So I think that's going to end up being Sochi's champion, and especially alongside of Viego, unless they decide to put it top lane for whatever purpose. This composition is looking slow, and it's not looking particularly effective into what Cope has drafted already.
Yeah, Cope has a lot of tools at their disposal. I'm a little bit scared, though, when you look at some of the other champions that Cope could possibly break out with, the Vayne being a short-range carry and whatnot. And Sochi is playing the Lulu again. We saw that was a full support Lulu, and Sochi put up a very phenomenal performance on the vets, honestly. So putting them back onto the Lulu, I feel like it's taken away from some of the good things that we saw inside of game number 2 from this Not Zeus squad.
I agree. And now, I mean, we're seeing kind of like bans, just like overarching bans coming out here. Again, we talked about the Wukong being the pickup that could come through from Concept. They're going to ban that one away, knowing that they've got 3 champions that are exploitable by the Wukong into the backline. And then the other side, they take away number 1, Raheen's champion of the Nautilus. He's good at that champion, as well as potentially, you know, again, the flexibility of like, okay, can you put the Lulu somewhere else? That's going to take that away. Combine that with, of course, I was hoping another top champion. They're not worried about the Mundo. You still have to think about, okay, what about Garen? What about Urgot? What about any of the other champions he's got inside of the pool? Because I'm sure the Concept's got plenty more to work with inside of that area. But it is just the Orianna ban, making sure that Shrimps doesn't get that champion. It's a little curious to me as to why that one gets taken out of what seems like nowhere from Shrimps' pool. You're taking out a pail of water from like an ocean right now. I'm not really sure what that was for.
And a Syndra to be played here. So Shrimps will be piloting some Syndra, and that's going to be a lot of bullying that will come out in the laning phase.
Like I said, pail of water out of the ocean doesn't mean anything when you begins to work from. And here, I mean, Shrimps is just picking something that's going to be effective from decent range and be able to hit kind of a number of champions. And now, I mean, with this Force Unleashed, or my apologies, the E that comes out, you're able to stun up a number of different champions. Vayne is within that mid-range that you can work with the Syndra. And there's not a ton of things I think that Shochi could show that would be crazy here. It does look like they might actually flex Lulu to bottom lane, which is what we wanted this entire time. That opens them up for something out of the mid lane to be able to help kind of take advantage of this Syndra lane. This is something that works as a good reaction pick to the Syndra. This is a much better reaction pick to the Syndra. I am far more excited about Cassidy than I was about Echo.
Yeah. I'm excited for the
Concept.
Okay.
Concept champion.
Okay, that's a Nasus like, you know, I was excited for the Cassidy, and then all of a sudden we got the Kane up in the top lane, man.
I find this incredibly humorous just because, again, for 2 games now, basically it's been Concept. He's like, I'm going to pick Mundo. In both games, Draxler had like a champion and he got bullied eventually and he lost the game. And now Draxler's like, I'm going to pick Mundo. And Concept's like, yeah, I know. And that makes his response pick. This is exactly like the Wukong from prior, where it's like, okay, he knows how to play this champion. He knows us good into it. There's no way you're catching him off guard with this, because he knows exactly what you would play into it. Also, can we just look at like 3 of these champions? Like a year and a half ago inside of competitive play, I never would have imagined seeing a Nasus, an Udyr, and a Sona all in one game at one time. It's kind of insane that that's the case.
It really is, and the fact that they're all on the same team is even more crazier to me, honestly.
It's something else, that's for sure. I actually have a bit of curiosity as to whether there's any potential for lane swapping between the Nasus and the Syndra. I know that's not a particularly good idea for the Syndra most of the time, just because, of course, like, Mundo is going to be in a good place. But, like, if you can match a Nasus up against a Cassidy in the earlier stages of the game, they're both melee, which means he can't really jump on top of Nasus. He's too tanky for him to be able to assassinate in the early levels. And a lot of his damage actually does come from auto attacks with that auto cancel, with the W, things along that, alongside the abilities. So that Wither is just going to be insane against it. So, like, I mean, Concept could have a disgusting side lane matchup against Sochi eventually, if they decide to play with that little mechanic as the lane goes on, as well as somehow and in some way Concept continues to pull out these crazy picks. Who would have thought that on a team like this, I know everybody's got their own little unique picks, but Shrimps is somehow the one who's playing the most tame champion of all 4
I know,
players
right?
on a map right now.
Like...
This is a man who played Singed to mid, and he is getting absolutely flexed on by the champion pools of everybody around him at the moment.
It's so insane.
It's
and
crazy.
Honestly, I mean, it plays to a lot of the strengths that they do have. We are seeing Not Zeus. We have focused quite a good bit on Cope, and I want to flip it over to Not Zeus and some of the things that they did inside of this. They did get themselves some tools to deal with some of the thick HP bars that could be running at them, and they do have some late game scaling. They got some beef. Honestly, out of all the compositions that we've seen from Not Zeus, this is the one going throughout, especially if you count for the previous 2 games, this is the one draft I like the most from them.
This is, yeah, I like that this draft specifically, and I also like this draft into what Cope is running because I mean, right now Sheeden is playing the Udyr. It's probably the hardest to just like kind of enforce your will here as the Udyr with Predator. Yes, you've got multiple forms of CC and a couple of different places to work with, but like Mundo should be okay. Again, I'm looking at the pre-6 dive coming out potentially from the combination of those two, and that's something I'm going to be fearful of for the entire game. But Cassidy is good into most mages, especially on that defensive play. That new item that had come out, the crown, is just absurd on him because it denies so much of the burst damage that can come out from a Syndra if she decides to all in him, lets him turn around to fight like crazy. And there's, I mean, Syndra, Senna, Sona, all three of them get burst out. 3-4 items. Cassidy is just going to rip through those health bars like they're nothing. And the only real concern he has is like, how do you kill Nasus? How do you kill Udyr? It's kind of what the Vayne is for. It's kind of what the Viego is for. They've got threat on a number of neutral objectives. They've got threat everywhere on the map. This feels like a game that is a lot more comfortable, hopefully, for the side of Natsus. Your one fear, of course, is Sheeden with this Predator Udyr. That's the one thing I'm looking for. But outside of that, I really do think this is probably the best bet that they've had inside of these games. I agree with you.
Yeah, Concept has been 1v9ing. He's looking to be the K9 this time around, as he does
1v9ing?
catch a couple hard hits there from the Mundo to force him to go back. I do want to bring up. Huh?
Sheeden, are we really out here playing like Pizza Feet Udyr? Is that what we're looking at?
Yep,
right now?
this is Pizza Feet Udyr.
This is like the Dragon Oracle exists. You've got
Yep.
like the ultimate skin that exists, and this man's
Pizza
playing
Feet.
base Udyr. That's got to be the biggest disrespect I've ever seen in my life.
Hey, what would you like for dinner? Is it Pizza Feet? Because it's Pizza Feet.
Oh goodness me. Sheeden, why must we do these things?
Hey, listen.
It's not a
It's just,
Italy.
there's glory in Pizza
No,
Feet.
there's not.
All right? There's honor in Pizza
No,
Feet.
there's not.
Look at that. He dodged that because he has Pizza Feet. All right?
Mhm.
It's just that simple. But I did want to bring up, we do see a little bit of some changes here. Eno did swap from Lethal Tempo to Press the Attack this time around. And we also do see the Predator on the Cassidon.
Oh,
Wait a second.
level 1.
Wow, the aggression coming through. Wait a second, again in First Blood. Coming out there. It is a trade 1-for-1, but wow.
We're out here flipping at level 1. What an interesting little play. It's been a little bit. Minwi and Raheen had that solo kill in game 1, but since then they've been kind of quiet in the 2-on-2. And here they want to take advantage of the fact that at level 1 is probably the hardest time it is for the Senna Sona to really try to get their bearings and press down on this lane. Because again, once the auto attack stacking starts coming through from the Sona, once the Senna starts to be able to get some range behind her with Q, W, things like that, deterrence for the Vayne, it becomes a lot harder to play out this laning phase, especially once the souls really start to get stacked. And so I like that initial play coming out, especially because the First Blood did go onto Minwi. I will say the one deficit of this is that any other support, you're going to be okay trading like ADC for like otherwise. And you can see that they're just not stopping with this pressure.
And not. I do want to bring up, this is also Press the Attack Vayne, is what I was
Yes.
going to say. So not the
Crazy.
Lethal Tempo Vayne.
Yeah, I feel like that's harder to try to press. I guess Minwi is just comfortable with the idea of like rolling into range of a lot of these like higher range members and just going into scrap as much as possible. We do see immediately a dive. This is a problem that could come about. I sense very, very big issues for Concept here.
Hey, listen, he's got all these rejuve beads. He can
you gotta
live
be
it.
kidding me.
He's
You gotta be
dancing around
kidding
it.
me!
He's got it. The Kane, baby, finds the 1-for-1 trade.
He can't keep getting away with this. It's not allowed. Like,
But he
every
does.
game. This is the second time they've tried to dive him, and he didn't die last time either. Perry has got to be slamming his keyboard right now after Concept has been ganked a couple of times over and over again. The only thing that would have made that more tilting in my mind is if he would have gotten the cannon with a Q and gotten a +6 during that process as well. That might have actually tilted me off the face of the earth if I were Perry. But, I mean, you'll take the 1-for-1. You do get it on your Viego. That's at least a little bit of comfort in your back pocket. You start to spread that gold around the map a bit more than just Concept getting the kill.
But now there's a sheen on your
What?
Nasus. That's a little scary. There's
Deep
Pizza
play.
Feet Udyr coming in
order
hot
pizza?
and ready. Bear slap onto Raheen. He's a cute,
You have the same
cuddly
idea
little
there.
snowman. Is going to not be able to do anything
Oh!
past that.
what in the world was that W? W like stopped moving, disappeared, and then attached to the vein. I think it caught them off guard too because they didn't follow up on that at all. But yeah, deep flank right there from the likes of the Udyr, trying to catch out Minwi. Minwi had flash. It was a little bit weird that they were just trying to force right there into that situation. I was hoping maybe that the flash would be burnt by Sheeden, just try to catch off guard Raheem so that polymorph wouldn't come out, but they decided to not go for that level of aggression. Instead, just a little bit of pressure put onto the bottom side. EDG, or Minwi, my apologies, and Raheem just getting, bopped around a little bit by Sheeden, letting him know that he is around and he is willing to party if they are a bit too antsy.
Yes, indeed, as you do see. Right now, game at an even state in terms of kills and gold going between both sides, as the Mundo does have an early CS lead, which is to be expected, with Nasus just focusing on getting the right stacks where they're needed.
Mm-hmm. Concept is probably on the most back foot that he has been in any given laning phase so far, even after he got counterpicked. This was his own pick that he decided on, was this Nasus into the likes of this Mundo. So we'll see how this lane plays out in the long run. This is kind of like the way that Concept plays, pretty much it's equal to what you would expect from any solo queue Nasus, just to stay in side lane as long as humanly possible and just be there for big team fights. So this feels like a match made in heaven in terms of champion and play style, and hopefully Concept is able to turn around this early CS deficit as it unlocks Draxler to be a lot more powerful in the early. You can see bottom side.
There he is, looking for the gank to come about, trying to hold on to the stun for as long as possible. Is going to be able to tag in the Predator coming in from the Udyr, trying to see if he'll be able to stun somebody up, but that is another kill going over to the Vayne.
Oh my goodness.
As Sheeden is going to be able to find a kill onto the Senna, turning the attention onto this Vayne, but turned into this Snowman yet again. Will force the retreat. Duo King getting a lot of support there.
No.
Gets bopped there. Sheeden is still trying to see if he'll be able to go into hot pursuit here, but tumble in and find yourself 3 kills for the Vayne in the bot lane.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. I mean,
it's great.
for Minwi, it's fantastic. Yeah, not Zeus is feeling fantastic after that fact. I mean, when you're staring across from what is effectively a Udyr and a Nasus now in the side lane, this is really good that your Vayne is picking up kills very quickly inside of the confines of this game. The one trade-off there is that Sheeden, again, when your junglers are picking up like response gold, that means that the rest of the map has to be a little bit worried about what they're capable of doing. And Sheeden right there, unfortunately, just got kind of messed up by Minwi with that press the attack. Really well played by him, who's going to be on his itemization. And that's kind of not what the Senna Sona is supposed to be about, especially with this range advantage. They probably shouldn't be at this big of a deficit, but already you can see interaction and more of Natsu's playing around this bot lane.
And Natsu's doing a fantastic job of doing just that. The gold is still fairly even though, all things said and done, and the dragon is being grabbed by Pizza Feet Udyr himself.
I want to see Sheeden really start to get active now that he's got the Predator readily available to start hitting lanes. The biggest lane is I really want to see him attack Sochi. Sochi's also on the Predator, and when you hit the level 6, level 11 mark on this Kassadin, this roam potential actually becomes quite nasty, especially when you can get over walls and you can avoid vision and things like that. It's kind of the reason that Kassadin has taken more to this Predator playstyle in the most recent of patches because of how strong this rune is and how much impact he can have on the map once he hits that power spike of that level 11. So I'm waiting on that to come through. Sochi only just now level 7, but that means that there is some kill threat against Cadvin Shrimps' Syndro whenever that E is down, if that ever were to be the case. So this is where I think Sheeden can really help turn the tide, try to take advantage.
Final hour. It has been popped. The Condemn onto the Sona. The target has been picked, and they will tick apart. Duo King, Blue Skies, Eno in a troublesome situation. It is just darkness awaits. The root will be vital for his survival, but it is still just delaying the inevitable as Sochu finds the kill.
And this is Natsu's, they're not playing around right now in this bottom side. They know that when they're put on a timer, especially when, Concept is on something that's scaling really well, when everything is on a lot of scaling champions, when you talk about Senna Sona, you talk about Nasus, you talk about all that stuff, they understand how quickly in the game it is, how important it is, I guess, to get off to a very quick start inside of a game, and that's exactly what they're doing. 4 kills already onto Minwi, multiple tower plates going down. They're shutting out the Senna Sona as fast as possible, and Concept is just in this one-on-one, which is going okay for the size of Mundo right now. Yes, you're losing tower plates. Yes, you're getting stacks. And eventually that's going to come back to bite Draxler. But their hope is that all this action that's happening on bottom side is going to be enough to try to thwart some of this mid-game power that Concept's going to have access to.
Right now, you're seeing a lot of these players finding their ways to enable themselves here, especially towards this bot side.
Incredible.
That is a awkward bit there, as that will be able to get a charge in. Wow,
Okay.
almost stuffed it, but will be gold still going over.
Yeah, making sure to put more gold into the likes of Concept, because again, they understand this is a win condition that's worked for them 2 games in a row, and Cope is willing to continue to play to it as much as possible. There comes a moment probably where Mundo like is tanky, but doesn't have enough damage really to deal with what the Nasus is going to have to deal with, especially on first item, first and a half item, whatever that might be. And so that's I think where they're trying to spike Concept to, so that all of a sudden top is tipping back into the way of Concept rather than Draxer, and that means that more pressure can be put onto mid and bottom lane. I still want to see Sheed really go after Sochi as much as possible, try to burn summoner spells, try to take pressure off of Shrimp, and maybe put a pressure
final
there.
hour. Yet again, Eno taking so much damage, but they do have an Udyr over here onto the back foot. The shield bow has expired, but Sheedon is caught out of position now. It's going to find itself getting condemned up against the wall, and that's going to be the Mundo that's going to be able to visit into the bot side, finding the kill, and now it is the Kassadin looking with that Predator, looking to pick up some kills. They're pushing in the wave. There is no way out for this bot lane, as it is just going to be Cope. Slowly but surely, the dive will come out, get the shields, get some heals. They're going to be able to trade 1 kill back, but 2 kills onto this Kassadin. And unfortunately, another member did fall on the back half for not Zeus, but still, that's got to feel good on your Kassadin.
Okay, but Concept almost certainly is going to get the first tower, right? Like, that just has to happen here. Yeah, and Concept is going to snag this one away very easily. I mean, that's tough. You traded, 3 for 2, all things said and done, because of Sheedon's going down to the bottom side. You got plates, but you didn't end up getting the tower, so that's just first tower over to Concept. You've now set up top side here for the side of Cove to be, like, winning permanently, because now Draxer hasn't gotten all that much. And the trade-off was like, yes, you got another kill here onto the likes of Ninwi. You got quite a bit of gold into Sochi, which is great. Your late-game setup is there for the side of not Zeus, but your fear of Concept being really, really big in the side lane is a problem, and you still have the scaling to deal with. Now, hopefully, they can take this Vayne and this Kassadin, spike them into the mid-game with the amount of power that they currently have in their advantage over top of the remainder of the map, and that's going to be enough for them to try to win this game, because they're going right back to bot side.
Yeah, they're just going right back to bot lane here, as they are just looking to just jump onto him. The Predator has been popped as well. Duo King trying to see what he'll be able to do to stay alive for as long as possible, but it's not going to be enough. He is going to find himself getting dropped. The Scatter of the Weak is going to be able to connect onto the members as needed, but it is just Soju just going on to a rampage here. The Wild Grove is there, and he is just shifting around. A double kill, looking for possibly more. Not Zeus is not playing around down here in the bot lane.
The problem with this play, I think, from the side of Cope is just that there's too many members on the side of not Zeus there fast enough, and the play is basically dead on arrival. If that happens maybe 5-10 seconds earlier, all of a sudden you've got 5 members, you can start to game plan around having everyone together, and it turns a lot less focus into only 2 members that go down between the likes of Blue Skies and Duo King. But because that happened, the play was happening before the TPs were coming in, even though they had all members end up in that play. That was kind of the disaster that came about, that like Concept ending up being able to be focused during the course of that fight, followed by Captain Shrimps. They basically have to follow a pattern on the side of not Zeus to like bring down one member after the next member after the next member, rather than having all 5 to pick from at one time, which was kind of the game plan, I think, all things said.
Oh, but check this out, though. Look at this.
Oh my
they
goodness.
are looking to scrap a little bit over here into the top side. Concept is dropped down to half HP. Manu getting some free shots off the Predator is there as well. They get some shielding from the Senna, but nobody is aggressing upon them. The Syndra looking for an angle to be able to flank, but it's not going to be effective at doing just that. Shochu doesn't care. You can have the 1v2 advantage. He decimates HP bars so swiftly. He charges up and brings the blade in, dominating on the Kassadin and the BM recall. I'm loving it here as Sochi is taking complete control.
What did I tell you, man? That new item, when I talk about the crown and being just so good at denying that immediate damage, that was what literally let Sochi survive. Because that first ultimate and the ability to stack up that damage, Crown of the Shattered Queen, prevented a good amount of the damage that came out immediately from Blue Skies and Duo King. And it let him keep fighting over the course of time, which is really powerful for a Kassadin who wants to keep stacking those ult charges, get that damage ramped up. He was already powerful, now on to 7 kills inside of this game. That is absurd for the earlier portions. The Predator used to its fullest extent. The E Flash or the E Max is really powerful for AoE. And look at that. Yeah, Captain Shrimps just has not had any impact inside of this game. It's been all Sochi so far.
So Sochi has taken control, but she didn't looking to see if he'll be able to catch anybody out of position. Sochi is over here lower on mana this time around. Perry Jungle is over onto the side as well, trying to see if he'll be able to retreat as that shroud to be able to get out of harm's way. You see Sochi, it's just charging up. He's looking to rift walk over anybody. Look at the speed. He's looking to find yet another bit of burst. Inu is going to be looking straight up at the sky. He gets laid out on his back and is a legendary cast-in. Unfortunately, the Vayne did condemn Duo King further away, but it does secure the kill for the Vayne.
Now, Travis, what did we learn? Don't blind pick Syndra. Otherwise, there's problems that can come about. I know they were thinking it was going to be the Lulu mid lane, but you have to be very careful with taking these control mages because there is punishment for it.
Punishment!
The
wild card stops all punishment! He is going to be able to live. It's fine. He's not going to go down at all. They're actually going to turn this around at this rate in time. This Hoodier has to get the hell out of there.
Oh, Sheedon, you're playing with my heartstrings right now, buddy. Like, you can't be jumping in like that underneath tower. When you see just how easy it is for the Lulu to defend this, now there is a legitimate concern. And that should hopefully push Shoji off the tower. His Raheen's health is also not high, so Drax is just going to come in and cover. Are you really staying for this? Are we really staying for this?
They're looking. Look at the damage. They're just bopping Inno over here. He is getting his HP bar decimated.
He's still alive.
Be able to survive. All that Duo King is not going to be able to survive Perry Jungle, though. It's going to be Ino taken off the field by the Mundo as well. It is just everything is coming up in favor of not Zeus.
The fact that Sochi lived that is just insane to me. I was worried he was going to go over a 700 shutdown gold and that they were going to end up trading like 1 for 2 or even 1 for 1 in that situation. It was just going to be a massive takeaway for the side of Cope, who are going to get a huge shutdown and a lot of pressure off the map. But here, I mean, you see just how insanely powerful that this Naz is, or that this, my apology, this Kassadin is. I think you said, what was it, 267? Was that the number?
Yes.
Okay, 267. Not horrible. I think 315 is usually like the absolute gold standard. So Concept right around that area, obviously decently well versed. We're waiting for the instant stacking to really get through.
So yeah, they're looking to continue going forward with that.
He's bullying Traxxer now.
Yeah. He the person that he can bully right now. He is looking to smack him with this as over and over. Concept says, "Bring that back here. You're withered. You're going to taste the end of the cane."
Traxxer.
He is looking to continue this chase onward. There are people coming. The Kassadin is en route to be able to try and save his comrade in arms. The Predator Kassadin is coming in to strike. And at what cost did you want the Mundo as it showed going legendary? The Vayne finds yet another kill, and was it worth it, Cope?
Oh, in a pure one-on-one sense, we are, like, I think Cope is okay with that exactly happening with Concept and Draxxer, because Draxxer is just driven completely out of the laning phase, and that just allows for more stacking, more pushing for Concept. But the problem is when you start to put additional resources into that lane, and you have reinforcements from both sides, the map is so much more powerful from the side of Not Zeus now, which is the first time that we can really say that, at least to the level that it is right now. 7 kills on the Vayne, 9 kills on the Kassadin, and when they start to show up for fights, it is near impossible. This is the side lane I wanted to see, but I really didn't want to see it with a Kassadin that currently has 9 kills in his back pocket, as well as that Seraphs, which is going to give him some health back. So not the easiest thing for Concept to have to deal with. It's still difficult for the Kassadin to kill him. The rest of the map falling to pieces right now. There's no response from the side of Cope.
I mean, the Syndra can't even kill the Vayne right now. No. It's got a shield bow plus a Lulu ready to hit that wild growth on him at any moment in time. So even the Syndra, even Shrimp is just like, yo, I can't elite this champion. They got too many shields. There's too much that can go wrong here. So it is a very scary time for any Cope fans out there, as it is a 7K difference in gold, and we're not even 20 minutes into the game right yet.
Not quite. We do see this is. I feel like I just watched this exact play go down between Dragon
Yeah,
and Concept.
yeah,
There's a wave
exactly.
crashing on bottom side. Concept pokes away with it in his Q. He walks into the tower. He doesn't kill him. Of course, the hovering jungler ends up going down to the Kassadin, but we end up not getting the full effect of everything. I think Cope. I mean, being down 7,000 gold, we're going to talk a little bit about what could happen if we could go to game 4, which is definitely a possibility at this point. I feel like the Senna pick is not working particularly well inside of this series. I feel like that's something they're going to have to find a response for later. But nonetheless, Draxler's getting aggressed against here.
Yeah, but this Mundo is so tanky. He has so much HP to work with, man. It's just it's hard. It's really showing up the fact that he's not winning these side lane pushes, but he's not dying. He survives, and if he does die, he survives for way too long for what they need.
Yes, this is the pick that needed to stall things out. Again, there's a point where Concept, I mean, you even saw in that one-on-one battle when the auto attacks ended up coming out, when the Q is stacked high enough, that Concept can just bully out Draxler. But it's so much harder to do when the Mundo's on the other side, when you didn't get this massive early lane advantage way that Concept had in the first couple of games. And so, again, it feels like Cope didn't really have that early pressure from Sheedon that had been carrying them through the beginning of the games for the last two. And Concept wasn't anywhere near being capable to carry this game, at least not quite yet. So now the map is just kind of falling to pieces. Shrimps isn't super powerful. Blue Skies and Duo King are a long way out from really having a massive impact. And with the guild in the right places for the side of what is not Zeus, you're feeling good about this game. That is a terrifying emote that I just saw.
That is actually very terrifying. Actually, I have not seen that emote.
I've never
before.
seen that emote before. That was,
if I got shown that in solo queue, dude,
I'd like to erase the
just
last
cry.
5 seconds of
Yeah, I don't want
memory,
that.
please.
I do
don't
not
have to remember
like.
that
Me
emote.
don't want, man.
Oh goodness.
Scatter the weak does connect, but look, man, not Zeus is anything but weak. You have so much that is coming up this way. This Vayne is so strong, 7, 2, and 5. We've been talking a lot about the Kassadin, but this Vayne is a boss in its own right.
I am going to say, okay, so it looks like Wit's End is going to be coming out, maybe as a possibility for Minwi. It's a relatively low AD build coming out, which, like, I feel like that favors eventually. I actually don't remember if Lethal Tempo gives you on-hit 70 damage or 70 attack damage, because there's a massive difference between those two, if you're going for the Rage Blade build or something along those lines. But nonetheless, yeah, 384 now for Concept on his stat counting. He's getting there, but I feel like he's not getting this fast enough to really actually get into a point where he can solo carry the game. Did he just get that smited away from him by Sheedon? Give him the stack, Sheedon, come on.
Listen, man, he got pizza delivered, alright? He's got there hot and ready.
This is your fault, Sheedon. You should have put on a Udyr skin. That would have won this game.
That was the difference.
That is the difference. If you had Dragon Oracle, it would have been different. I mean, it really hasn't been as active as we've wanted it to be. When you're talking about Predator Meteor, it can get really, really active very quickly. Like, Bear Stance combined with Predator means nobody's outrunning you. And especially when you go Chem Tank, like, you can run circles around people. So it was a little shocking to see how passive the Sheedon played in the kind of earlier stages of this game.
Oh, man,
He's in bad spot.
Concept. Yeah.
Is he?
He's gonna go
Is
ahead
he?
and hoodlum him out. He's trying to see if he can lay a little bit more damage, but it's still a legendary Kassadin. Look at this. Dance in their face. Dance off. Come on out. The double kill comes through. The unleashed power looks like nothing was unleashed at all. And it is just every member besides the Senna dropped from this Cope squad. The flash, the heal has been used. I'm sensing the surrender. There it is. Cope says, let's go back to the drawing board, as this Kassadin is in Castle Win.
That is the type of game that I think that now Nautilus has been kind of begging for the last 2 games, where they've wanted later game scaling. They've wanted to go into to that kind of gameplay. And this time their early game was actually sufficient to get them into that place, especially when the gold that quickly goes into the pockets of Minwi on that Fade and that quickly into the pockets of Xochi on the Kassadin. I mean, they just controlled the map pretty much top to bottom. That's the first time we've seen that. You got to scrap that Sona Senna lane. I know it's like the Sona's been fine. I'm okay even if you take it in with a different lane, but like the Senna has been way too aggressed against for the entirety of the series to keep that one going. I want to see something else from them. And outside of that, again, the Sheedon was active games 1 and game 2. Game 3, not so much. So get some of that activity back. And not Zeus. Game 1, you played Lulu for Xochi. Like, you want to take that back now? You want to put him on Kassadin in game number 1? Because that was kind of awesome.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if Cassidy gets through into our game number 4. As ladies and gentlemen, Natsu says no to this final being over. They pick up the dub in game number 3 when the hour is dire, and they are going into game number 4 now. So, ladies and gentlemen, taking ourselves a short break. When we come back, our desk is going to break everything down and get us prepped and ready. So, do not touch that browser.
Welcome to the United Premier League. My name is Kari, and we make the best dumplings this side of Twitch.
Whoa.
Beatdown? No, wait, not beatdown. Tempos? Let's take a look at the draft and talk about where things went so right for Zeus, your favored pick.
Oh man, yeah, I'm like hyped right now. Okay, this was download complete, and they knew that they just had to play comfort. So they took away the Mundo. That was good. The Nasus counterpick almost worked, but Vayne exists. And I think Manui is very comfortable in this Vayne, and I think it showed. And then they paired it with Lulu, which is pretty easy. Shoji's, I know he's comfortable in Kassadin, and then Viego is also just a strong pick. And I think they just played comfort and they just rolled. And of course, the Vayne makes it so Udyr and Nasus can't play the game, so that worked.
Yeah, some very prime picks. Beatdown. What do you think was the downfall here? How much copium are we gonna need?
I mean, this was definitely a really good game from Natsu's. I think some interesting plays, like your Senna Sona. I know Sona's level 1 is good, but Senna's not. Why are we fighting Lulu Karma? Or no, Lulu Vayne, excuse me.
Both are scary.
And yeah, both are scary. And the thing is, Minui getting early kills and just getting all this priority in terms of teleports, like you can see on the screen. He's just able to start farming kills. And it's not done because Shochi is also getting to farm kills. And if Vayne and Kassadin are farming kills in the early to mid game, like pre-level 11, you look at that game clock, 10 minutes. Kassadin getting killed at 10 minutes is scary. No one likes that. That's not good. But Shochi loved it, and you just saw how well it worked. It got to the point where he was getting all the wild growths. He was getting a lot of the attention. If it wasn't him, it was Minui, and you just had this thing where it's like, okay, well, what do we do? And there wasn't a whole lot you could actually do. And you're going to see, like, you get to this point where it's like, damn, I guess we're going to have to try and kill the Mundo. And we're about to see how well that goes. I mean, if you weren't watching, the Great Chase, Scooby-Doo style here, clearly doesn't go in favor of concept here. He gets close. Gets really close. But Wither just wasn't good enough. And look at the mini-map. Even though you see Shaden and Duo King trying to come help, look who else is coming. Shochi, the very fed Kassadin. Minui, the almost equally fed Vayne, and it got to the point where, oh yeah, sure, you got the kill, but now the two hyper carries get more.
Oh, man, watching that health just get chunked out too has to be
So sad.
super demoralizing because Vayne is,
Yeah.
I would probably say, like the
Very
hardest
good.
snowballer. Yeah, especially with the current item set. So kind of demoralizing. Definitely, like, don't feed the Vayne, but I think people just aren't that good at laning against AD carries that you can't just like pop in the face and they die. So this is going to be an interesting season for sure. All right, how do we get a reverse sweep out of Zeus?
I think they continue focusing on these like really late game scaling compositions and comfort, kind of like Temples was saying. These are champs that they are clearly very well versed on, very happy to play. And of course, during these situations where like the game can go as late as possible and it doesn't matter, it's still going to heavily favor the Vayne Kassadin. So if you can get picks like that, that would be a pretty ideal. My tinfoil hat is saying, if I just put that on for a quick second, Mundo is clearly the power pick here because everyone who had Mundo won a game. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and you know, Draxer, like, hats off to Draxer for playing a brilliant weak side. Like, it's not great to
True.
constantly be bait, but honestly, at least he, came through for his team. Every time they needed somebody to act as the Yakety Sax distraction for long enough, he was there. So, where were you when Draxer took one for the team? You know what I'm saying? Tempos, can they just replicate this same formula, or is there something that they need to do to kind of like improve upon it?
I think they definitely just need to stick with comfort. I think like individually, I think they're up against very skilled opponents that are mechanically skilled, and I think if they try to play like a weaker version of their own game, I just don't think it's going to work. So I think they just need to keep playing comfort and probably just take advantage of preseason shenanigans. Honestly.
True. So you're saying first strike, right?
Yeah. No. First strike's a bait rune. If
We
you
almost
take that,
got him.
Take that in my
We
solo queue
did.
games. You are on the thresh list, and you will never get off of it. That's a warning.
All my homies hate first strike.
That's a threat. That's not even a warning. That's a promise. Actually.
All right, we have to
God.
cut to the casters because some violence is about to happen, gentlemen. Let's talk about the rift now.
I guess we can talk about the Rift after that. I don't know. Tempos doesn't like first strike, but he's quick to strike first on the beatdown, it seems. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into game number 4 here, and we are seeing this war is still got some fueled onto both sides here, as currently Natsus brought themselves into this game, into this series, but Cope is still on match point here, Rebel.
That they are. At least at least a little bit. I mean, in the previous game, there's so much that went, kind of haywire, I guess, for the side of Cope. The biggest thing is this bot lane is still so important to both sides because again, it's supposed to be the power play for the side of Not Zeus, and it's supposed to be the weak side, and it's supposed to be kind of negated, which is what happened in game number 1 for the side of Cope. The last 2 games, though, they've been starting to slip a little bit. When you see how powerful Minwi is, on any of these picks, when he starts to get control of this bottom lane, it's really difficult for he and Raheen to kind of get aggressed against. So I'd like to see a bit more control from that aspect from the side of Natsus.
Yeah, I want exactly what Natsus does have in store for us, because that was an exciting adaptation that we got to see in game number 3. I don't know if Castlewind is going to be something that gets to pull off and be pulled off to that extent as well, right? You talked about it already. That was picked into a blind Syndra pick that came out from the side of Cope. So Cope definitely had some warnings there, especially from Sochi.
As much as possible, I would like to see more Kassadin just because I love the champion. The problem is now that they're on red side, it's so much harder to manufacture a Kassadin pick just because mostly because they've been focusing on making sure Draxler is going to get a counter pick so that this top lane doesn't go to absolute nonsense, right? And if they continue that trend, it's almost unlikely that they're going to get a Kassadin into a solid match unless there's like a blind mid laner that gets taken by Shrimps here. So that's the expectation coming to this is, okay, what else is there top lane that you can actually take out? The problem is now that not Zeus, they might have to prioritize the Mundo a little bit faster because that has been the take from Concept in games 1 and 2 that won, and it was the take from Draxler in game 3 that won, so it does have that 100% win rate. But now, I mean, you run the risk of that counter pick being there from the side of Concept if you take it at R4, and if you take it at R5, you have to be anticipating that from the side of Cope, and hopefully, Concept's got something that can actually play into it, and/or it might just get banned in second phase.
Yeah, and honestly, if we do see a Mundo early on, I do want to add on to that. I want to see a little bit more of something that can aggress onto it earlier and translate that into the later parts of the game. That's what I personally really would like to see. Instead of Nasus, which, yeah, it's exciting to see because you don't see it that often, but it didn't get to do anything in that last game.
Not really. I see bot laners also getting taken away consistently. I was hoping to get at least one Jinx game in here for the side of Minwi, but apparently that Cope is just not willing to give that one over. And, Natsu banned out the Senna in game number 1. I can assure you they are not going to do it again because that Senna pick has really not looked particularly good for the side of Eno and Duo King. I've loved the Sona. The Sona has been great for Duo King. He's that Enchanter player from back in the day, and we're okay with that, but I don't believe that it has been the Senna that's actually made that lane work to any extent. So I would like to see them start going away from that. They ban out the Vayne. That was really good for Minwi as well. And they're not as concerned, I suppose, now with the top lane pool being how it is, because it's either going to be a guaranteed counter pick for Draxler, so you don't really need to pinch things off, or they're going to pick that Mundo ahead of time and you're going to get a chance at it anyway. So I like that they're substituting that ban out for something more focused on a Minwi now.
Yeah, and you can see that right now, Natsus, they're sticking to their guns. They're saying this TS needs to stay off the table. We need to keep Graves off the table, keep this Caitlyn off the table. So they're sticking to their guns going into game number 4 here. First pick for Cope. What did it set lock?
Interesting. At this B1 position. What is it that they're going to prioritize the most? So what makes the most sense here, I suppose, between the likes of these two teams? I can't remember what they went for in game number 2. Viego was at the top of both lists for some amount of time. I was trying to come up with I can't remember if they actually did this in game number 2 as well. I feel like they did do this with Sheeden in game number 2, where this Viego pick has just gone back and forth between the two teams as the preferred pick here. And now Sheeden, that's what he played in game 1 and 2, and he won on that. And last game, Perry was able to actually accomplish that as well. So maybe the Viego is also the key to success, and it's not the Mundo after all.
100% win rate on that one as well. So now it is the Troll King making his debut here into the finals, as it will be Trundle. See exactly where that may get played on the Rift. We'll be curious to see.
It's been 3 games now that Natsus could come up with a response to the likes of this Viego pick. I know it gets played into Xin Zhao quite a bit here, but Trundle is good into most AD junglers just because, again, that Q is such a a disgusting amount of AD drain in the beginning of the game that it makes it so easy to duel against a bunch of the early like AD type duelist champions. You think about like Lee Sin's on that list, Jarvan's on that list, Viego's on that list, and Zhao's on that list. And Trundle's not like amazing. He's not going to outright win every single one of those one-on-ones in all situations, but it does make it quite a bit easier to try to take those one-on-ones. It's a lot more competitive when it's a Trundle against it, especially when you got the pillar, the W, when it gets dropped down, you get the attack speed bonus as well. It's so much harder to just outright win and just against the opposing jungler when it's somebody like Trundle. So I like that pickup. It opens up also for quite a bit of ganking towards what would be Shrimps if he goes back to something like the Syndra that I don't like, especially since it got absolutely clapped in the previous game when Kassadin was around, and when now you throw a pillar into that mix and all of a sudden it feels like a summonerless Syndra that could be on the procs here for the likes of Sochi to try to counterpick. I'm not in love with this if they decide to go for it.
Rumble.
That I like a lot more.
Okay, so we get to Rumble here. It's been a while since we've had a Rumble get played. You kind of dropped off for a little bit of time, so do you get to see the re-emergence here as Zeus? They have their option on what they would like to pick up for themselves, as they do cover the Kassadin to play with our hearts.
No, they are covering the Kassadin. Our producer is covering the Kassadin because he knows that I like the Kassadin quite a bit. As an interesting to come about. The other thing is like, okay, I wonder how flexible they can actually be with the likes of this this Rumble pick. Shrimps usually is the one who is snagging this one just because he is the preferred Rumble player. He's very good at it. He's the one that kind of popularized mid lane inside of what is Academy. He played it seasons ago, even when it was strong. Whether it wasn't strong, he was still playing it no matter what. Yeah. It's still open to ganking from this Trundle in the same way that a mage is, just because that pillar is so disgusting to put behind somebody. And the Sochi is back on the Vex, so there's a bit of range to work with, a bit of wave clear to work with. There is some competition. I do think that I would like to see Perry put some more pressure into mid lane against Shrips in this game, just to make sure that this comfort pick for him doesn't get off the ground super quickly. But this is a good setup with the likes of Sochi, where now he can start to impact the map as well once that wave clear comes in for the Vex.
Yeah, some of these team fights that could possibly come out around objectives are actually looking pretty nice for Cope right off the get-go here, but there's also quite a bit of control here that comes out from this Not Zeus squad. So both these squads, when it comes down to these neutral objectives, when they start fighting around the pits and in these alleyways, it's going to be actually very interesting to see how the abilities are best utilized with just the three that we already see.
I'm so entranced now for the top lane, just because we're so locked into what's gonna happen here. It's been such a decider for some of these matches to make sure where it's like, okay, how do you slow down Concept? And Mundo is still available if they absolutely want it. They ban out the Morgana as well, because again, that's something that Duo King can play. That's something that can be taken into the bottom lane to some extent and used as a counteraction to quite a bit that can come out from between the fear, the root, everything else that come through. And I like that. Here, finally, potentially, it is going to be the Mundo ban, and they're going to make sure that gets off the board. So now it's almost certainly a guaranteed support pick that has to come out here for Raheen, only off the back of the fact that now there's no Mundo. If Mundo were available, it would get taken, and almost certainly there would be a response probably from Concept, but I feel like Draxler would be okay with that. Now that it's gone, you have to pick support here.
I don't believe Raheen will just drop a Blitzcrank game here, would he? No, that made me too chaotic. Leona comes in. I would love it, but it is not going to be in the cards for today. Instead, Leona is here to play.
She is. Good for game number one from Raheen when he was able to play that Leona very quickly into the game. Got pretty aggressive, and now you're playing it into an Aphelios. Thresh is available if you want to run the Aphelios Thresh combination, which is really powerful still across all walks of gameplay at all levels. But it seems like Duo King's preference pick into this Leona has been the Alistar time and time again. It's still a playmaking support for him to get active on if he wants to, and so that opens him up a bit more. It must just be a preference thing for him, because again, I don't think the Thresh is necessarily a bad pick into the likes of the Leona right there. And now, question of blind pick top laner for Concept, and what does Draxler have into it? We're going to get only 30 seconds of time to really kind of deduce and pick out what it is that's going to come about here.
And the answer is Urgot coming in. Love to see it. This is a Concept champion through and through.
We've been waiting for something like this Urgot to pop up for what is the majority of this series. The Aatrox is an interesting response just because, again, in terms of range...
Ooh.
Now that's a twist. Does that mean it's a Trundle
top?
That's a
Trundle top.
Okay, all right.
Top.
That's really interesting to think of. Okay, so they flex this Trundle top, which is First off, okay, we'll just avoid the Kane for the moment, just because that champion has got like red flags all over it right now. And not just for this game, but just in general, that champion usually has red flags all over it. I like Trundle into Urgot is good because you can disrupt E, you can actually change the area of his ultimate with the pillar properly when you can scoot him just a little bit left or right, something along those lines. So there's a number of things that like Trundle has going for it inside the lane, but trading is not one of them. If you're trying to trade from a melee range up against the likes of Concept, I don't love this as a pick for Draxter. This feels like
he just wants to live for a little bit, right?
It feels like
he's
living
trying to sustain.
And it's either like he's going to get really active and be anywhere but top lane, or he is expecting Concept to be anywhere else, and he is trying to pure split push with as much as possible. He's gonna be like a Sheen item, and then go into like Stride, or not Stridebreaker, Hullbreaker, and then just try to solo push down for towers and things like that in a side wave. But like, I'm not in love with that flex. And again, I am always curious when I see a Kane, because this champion is so hard to pull off inside of amateur and inside of competitive play in general. I've seen it fall completely flat. I've seen it have 24-minute transformations. This champion is not the same champion that it is inside of what is effectively solo queue. And so I don't have a bunch of faith that this is going to work out super, super well. I'm curious what the game plan is behind it, being able to compete. I guess Viego isn't the most active champion in the entire world, so it opens up, I guess, for Perry to be a bit more farm heavy and interact with his lanes a bit more, especially when he's got CC in all three to work with, between the pillar, the fear, and the bottom lane. It has a bunch to work with as well. But this feels like a very strange swap at the very last moment for the side of Natsus.
And it's also telegraphing where this Kane's going to want to go, right? Perry is also going to be looking for that red Kane, right? He's going to be looking to go in there and go for that red transformation. That means he's going to be looking to tango with this Viego, look to tango with this Rumble, look to tango in the bot lane with this Alistar. It means Concept, hey, look, that's not who Perry is probably ideally wanting to target here, which is a big interesting thing. Unless he wants to go that blue Kane. I'm always a fan of being able to see it pop off. It never works out, but I'm here for it.
My one thing about Blue Kane in this game is I always like to point out when there's specific targets that are like, if you eliminate them, things become, they change the dynamics of a fight. So it's like, okay, even if Blue Kane trades 1-for-1 with Aphelios, how does that change the fight? Well, all of a sudden now you've got four melee champions, effectively four melee champions, because Urgot's like range, but he's low-key range, not like actual range. And you've got like Trundle Pillar, you've got a good amount of CC, and you've got a lot of range to work with the rest of your team. So if he goes Blue Kane and he just assassinates Aphelios over and over again, or he tries to assassinate Aphelios over and over again, that's what they're trying to do, is just use this range advantage and press on that as much as possible, which is perhaps the one real advantage they hold on the side of Natsus, is their ability to play from much further distance with their engage with everything else about. But if you start to scrap inside of a smaller area, if you start to scrap from up close with this team, Urgot's got tons of damage, Rumble's got tons of damage, you get yourself clustered together around a neutral objective. That Equalizer Moonlight Vigil combination is a disgusting combo to actually drop on top of the other team. So feels like there's quite a bit that could go wrong for the side of Natsus here, if not played to perfection. So I'm putting that up to our scouting grounds jungler here in Perry to see what he's got up his sleeve with his Kane pick.
Here we are, game number 4, as we do get to see these squads tango with one another, and match point is in favor of Cope. Duo King is going to get caught out of position here. They could look for it. They get the stun, the CC lock. Duo King, beautiful pulverize and flash over the wall. But will he be able to make it? The answer is no. He gets autoed down by Sochi.
I really like these plays where you go over the back of the Dragon Pit and then immediately wrap around onto whoever's in that rush. And right there, happened to catch Duo King on a lapse of vision where there was nothing there. He was still walking up to the brush, so it cut off his field of view from behind that Dragon Pit until he rounded the corner. And once he was there, it was a little bit... it was just a bad situation. He was losing his flash pretty much no matter what. The biggest thing about that, I was a little worried Raheen wasn't going to catch him, because I thought he had started E and was waiting to use it until the flash came out, but he ended up like flash queuing and it burnt a second flash, and I was a little bit curious about that one coming out from him. Also, how about our desk, which is probably going to be molding? I'm going to wait for at least 1 second, but I do see at least one first strike on the map as this red buff gets taken.
Yes, the red buff is not being taken
Goodness
without
gracious.
A conflict, though. It is a tango coming
Perry
through,
got
and
that,
Perry
too.
secured it as Duo King
Please,
is
no.
getting
Duo
punished.
King.
This is just straight
No.
up bullying. He gets stunned.
No.
He gets shot down. Duo King, they got beef with you.
Duo King, poor Alistar, getting bullied out in the beginning of the game, down 2 kills already, heading back to the map. Aphelios is also just competing with Kane right now, trying to take away a little bit as Diego had gone cross-map to get the rest of this, but Blue Skies is not getting anywhere near the wave. This is problematic. It's going to ruin some of the camp timing that's going to come out from the likes of Sheeden, and as long as the Kane gets back to defend his top side, that means Sheeden is going to be down quite a bit, as well as the 2 kills that have gone onto 2 of your big carries in Minwi and in Shochi so far inside of this laning phase. Now it's Zeus. I guess their game plan was just to flip the game at level 1, and it worked out extremely well in their favor.
Man, this start can be described as disasterific for sure, as Cope in a strugglesome situation at this point in time to start off this game, but things aren't all bad for him. I do want to point up over into the top side. We do get to see that Urgot has gotten himself a nice little lead for his efforts, even though Harry is over towards his side, getting his second red buff of the game.
This would be the moment where I think Concept, if you were paired with Sheeden, could walk in and try to put pressure back onto Perry as a response, especially with Captain Shrimps having the wave where it is right this second, could easily push. Rahid is here to make sure that wave is going to crash in. It's going to buy a free timer here for Vex to make sure that Joji can get back and go buy itemization. But it would have been potentially a timer, but thankfully Perry isn't aggressed against. I think that wave stacking was a little bit fearful from Captain Shrimps. He might have called that he didn't want to do anything with that, and so that led to Sheeden just kind of staying on his blue side, taking what camps were available and not doing anything else.
Yeah, is the call that comes about, as we do see the Cole came out from the Concept over in the top side off of that first back. Keep our eyes on that, as there's also, like you were talking about, that first strike on the Rumble.
Like that,
We'll
yeah.
have to see how Shrimp does on that, as he's always known to be quite the innovator.
Yeah, so the value of the rune, right, it comes on a number of different champions, but the biggest thing is when you have the opportunity to start a fight with a small amount of either soft CC or hard CC, and you have a bunch of follow-up damage specifically to that, and then can break a trade immediately. And there's a couple of champions that are key to do this with, and Rumble makes sense because you've got Electro Harpoon, and that champion, that's going to slow down a champion, it's going to be a big amount of burst, and then if you happen to overheat and throw your Q out off the back of that overheat, you're going to get a ridiculous amount of damage against that target that's going to give you a decent chunk of gold. And you don't have to get like 700 gold or something like the crazy numbers that you see in a bunch of videos about this rune. Even just a little bit of gold, 10, 15, 20 gold, 1 minion on every single wave is enough for it. As I don't really know what happened right there. It kind of looked like Kane just got a bit hypey and stood in the face of a Rumble, which is not what you want.
So he put a ward down, saw the Viego, and said, I'm going to go through Dragon, went through Dragon Pit, and immediately got cut off. That was just a weird series of events I just watched unfold.
Very strange. But, Perry's got a game plan for this Kane. It still got off to a good enough start. It's up a couple of camps over top of the Viego. It's not that big, just a bit of a mistake. You don't want to give gold to Captain Shrimps. I don't like that. That's not a prospect, especially when he's on something comfortable like this Rumble. It just is. It makes game a lot harder for yourself when you give somebody that's this well versed inside of a champion, more gold than what he normally starts at the beginning of the game. As the dive is getting set up, he's level 6. Yeah, like you said.
Yeah, Raheem, you're staying around. I get your guys are walking in the minion wave here. The stun comes through. They got double TP coming on into the bot side here, as it's going to be minion finding the kill onto Duo King, as it's still more damage to come out. The pillar is so clutch, dropping a big slow the equalizer's there, but it doesn't burn enough of the HP bars. The root connecting Sochi going to be able to make him fear for his life and take it at the same time, as it will be not Zeus coming out a clear victor.
And we see counter action around the bottom side of the map here for the likes of Not Zeus, where the resources are going to make sure that their bottom lane is defended for what is the second game in a row, making sure that that bottom side is going to be under their control as much as possible. And you love to see that, because again, you're putting a good position for Minwi and Raheen. They outplayed that position amazingly. That no U card that they just played up against the likes of Cope as they went for that bottom lane dive. I got a little bit worried there for a moment, because I was like, okay, Raheen, I know it's been a season or two since you've played support, something along those lines consistently, but you should be backing off. You shouldn't be trying to get dope right here, but they had a game plan for it. He was ready. He immediately had the CC onto multiple champions in her tower. The Trundle shows up on the teleport timer, and they just pick up so many kills. What a wonderful little communication from the side of Not Zeus.
Not Zeus coming in prepared, especially here. And I mean, their carry starting off 201, 203 is definitely a good look. And You know what? This Trundle is appreciating double buffs right now, I'm sure.
I am positive that it's appreciating double buffs right now, especially into what is the Urgot as he trades into it. Wow,
this
what
is
a
a little bit
E.
overzealous, though. This is
Yes.
very zealous
Yeah, he's very
here.
dead.
Okay, back to the bot lane. Gonna just completely go away from that. Blue Sky's trying to buy himself some
Red,
space
white.
from Raheen. Raheen is going to be looking to re-engage this as the Kane is here to try and continue the fight going on, but Perry's going to take a huge amount of damage. Does not have that form change just yet, but here
Predator.
comes Sochi. He is coming in. He's got the speedy boots here, but a
What are you
beautiful
doing,
headbutt
Sochi?
pulverize, the equalizer, burning them alive. Perry gets dropped. Blue Skies
What?
looking to collapse on the kills. They're all spread out. They're on the wrong side of the map. They'll be able to find this kill onto Raheen eventually, and it will be a kill to go over, but the vets will be able to survive. But that was a huge lapse in judgment.
Sochi just like ran in with Predator and didn't press an ability. I was expecting a W to come out and like use it and hit 3 people with a fear and turn that fight into something. And instead just walks face first into Duo King, who full combos him and nearly kills him outright off the back end of that. That was sloppy from the side of Nazis. Their
That's
bottom
alright.
side has pulled a bunch of resources, and that felt very dangerous to try to do.
That was
That was some. That was some gremlin stuff. That's what I refer to gremlin gameplay right there. Like that. Like I understand the prospect. Again, if Shochi's able to get a massive like Predator empowered W proc and a fear onto multiple members, as Captain Strips is overstayed his welcome, he's very dead.
Yeah, you're gone. There's nothing to say.
First
here.
strike!
That
Get
is
your
just
first strike!
He got smited there.
Ooh. Try to use that Q right there as much as possible. Just try to get some gold on the first strike. At some point, I want to see what the tracking of that rune is. It doesn't have to be right now, but as the game continues, I bet Tempos would like to know those numbers as well, just to get an idea of how well the Trundle is, or how well, my apologies, the Rumble is using it inside of this game.
Would be interesting to see that statistic for sure. And wow, that damage from Vets. Feeling good right now for Sochi, sitting at that 201, still has not dropped. Raheen is hovering around in this mid lane, looking for the possible catch out onto this Viego. Perry is here to follow. He does not know they are there, but now he is aware. As the Predator has been used, it will be just enough to force Viego out of his junk.
And we're in another position where, okay, like Minwei is on Jin, but he is up a fair amount of gold, but more is going back into the favor of Blue Skies now with like some of the turret plates going down. So a fair amount of the gold is being denied. I saw the hover. I know you were trying. I appreciate that, observers, but I understand the plight of that situation. But your problem is similar to what happened in game number 2, where like if the bottom side of the map is not just like exploding with a bunch of gold, Concept
Equalizer
can help
was
win.
used. This equalizer isn't a
Actually,
very
just
effective
died.
one, but they are going to be able to put him inside the belly. That is a fear being put onto him, but turn it right back on around. That's going to be Shrimp. That's taking a huge amount of damage to Perry, trying to get out of dodge, but it's not going to be enough as Sheetan going to be able to find another kill onto Perry. That's 2 quick kills going over to Cope.
This is a big problem now. I think that's occurring, which is, again, what happened in game number 2. They tried to put more resources into topside as best as possible, and it simply didn't work out very well. Or, my apologies, they tried to put more resources into bottom side, and it didn't convert into anything massive at the beginning of the game. And then as soon as the top lane started getting involved, or as soon as topside started pulling some additional resources, all of a sudden Concept was a monster inside of fights. You had Sheetan, who was a monster inside of fights. And this is starting to shape up very similarly to what we had seen in game number 2, where like Minwei is on a Jin, and like that's great for carrying a game, but it's not like the ideal member of a team that could go crazy with a massive gold advantage and doesn't even have a massive gold advantage because of the tower plates that went to Blue Skies on bottom lane. And your top side is falling apart already over the course of this game, which means, I mean, you're seeing a hole breaker from Concept of X. He's not even leaving top lane. He's just going to perma push in his side lane and make sure whoever's there is suffering because their tower is going to get busted down as fast as possible. And it's leaving like their top side into a state of disarray where it's like, okay, all of a sudden Sheen's able to farm up there, Concept's able to farm up there, even Captain Shrimps is going to have a bit of pressure neutralized, and it's going to cause problems now for the team fighting that comes out from Not Zeus.
Concept is going to stop the recall, but I don't think that's a recall he wanted to stop at that current moment in time. Is laying out a good amount of damage. Those legs are speaking volumes, but it's not doing anything substantial at this moment in time as the slows are coming through. Dratzer is still following up, is looking to see if he'll still be able to continue going in. Concept is trying to see what he'll be able to do. Can he turn this around? He does!
Shochi was there too and backed.
Yeah, like this, like This is like the third time we've seen where Sochi's been in the wings for a play, and he's either been CC'd or just not been able to be a factor. But here we go back to the bot lane here. TP has come out. Sochi is going to make sure he's a factor of this catastrophic action to come through. Aphelios is gone, but Duo King is able to stay alive. Sochi has to pay his dues. Now Raheen is all alone away from here. No gun, no bullets to be shot. But is Duo King taking the tower shot? Perry Jungle is here into the side, but it is going to be a route. They are going to be able to give chase. They're looking to see if they can posture up, but Shrimps is here in the wings. Equalizer will keep this Jhin away from being able to join into the action. Not going to be able to pop the fruit to be able to give himself the HP, and yet another route connects as this sniper is deadly and accurate. Going to be able to pop him with the 4-shot, lay in some good damage, but he just decimates Shrimp. Blue Skies looking to see if he can solidify the kill. Finds Perry as the damage comes through, and the Jhin will have to back on what was a very long exchange between these two.
And the fight on bottom side ends up like just trading kills back and forth the entirety of the time. But again, you're not solving your problem top side, which is a 3-kill Urgot. And now even Minwi is under some real duress potential with the Calibrum and the Infernum combination. Best case scenario, he slips out, but then again, the tower is under complete control. Blue Skies.
Oh, no, not enough. And here we go. Predator Sochi coming over here into the bot side, looking to see if he can lay in some good fear. Beautiful pulverize to be able to stop Sochi from being able to do anything. No fear to be able to connect onto Blue Skies either, as he's just doing an excellent job playing around with the free reign that Duo King has given.
And they're just losing bottom side while they're putting resources down there, and they're simultaneously losing top side. Like, Sushi's half health, but if they decide to dive him, there's not much that can be done. Raheen at best is probably trading 1 kill. Well, look, top side is just lost. Mid lane could also just easily be lost, and you can see the wraparound from Sheeden is going to come about, and that is going to prevent the back probably, or if it, very minimum, it's going to create quite a bit of situation, Shoji.
There's the fleet. They got a lot of CC chains that are able to come in there. That was a little bit of an overzealous play. So Sochi will be able to find a kill there, but has not backed yet.
Yeah, I feel as though they should have just let that back go through if you're cheating, just because, I mean, worst case scenario, you're taking a one-on-one against Raheen, and like best case scenario, you get that kill / you create a dive from coming through. Now Concept.
Yeah, Concept is looking at the 1v2 scenario. Is he going to be able to turn this around? He does have the tower to be able to assist him as another ally. Is seeing if he can be able to get a little bit more damage there. Is going to be able to find the kill on the Trundle. Trade it off, even with the Jhin firing upon him.
Incredible stuff. Somehow every single time Concept is in a bad situation, he finds himself in a place where he ends up trading at minimum 1 kill. That was a rough little rocket belt coming out of Shrimp, so he wanted to tag Minwi with that as best as possible, but fortunately not going to be in all too much. But again, over the course of this entire game so far, there was so much pressure put on the bottom side where that tower ended up getting taken. Top tower got taken. You got this insanely powerful Urgot on the top side of the map, and so far, Natsus has not been able to slow down what has been kind of the train that Concept has been running. The one problem is, again, their bottom side's looking okay. Shochi's also huge on this Vex to be able to work with, and this range advantage is something to at least consider inside of the course of what would be team fights. So we take a look at neutral objective control, 15 minutes, 1 dragon. It's just the Ocean Drake going to the side of Natsus, and that's that potentially expands this game into a very long system where we've seen a lot of fighting and interaction between these two teams even without neutral objectives around.
Good from Eno to go ahead and cleanse that immediately. Raheen is taking so much damage, and he's all alone in this venture. Get into Concept's belly, and you will go down. Raheen dropped. You have the Trundle over here onto the side. Duo King looking for a play. Just jump onto Harry as Eno is splitting his focus back to the Trundle. Will be able to find the kill onto him as Duo King is able to absorb so much pressure here. Concept barely touching. Now it's going to be the next target on the mode. There is Equalizer coming in, and it is the Vets going golden, but you're just delaying the inevitable. As Shrimp finds the kill, Harry nets up, and his name will be marked off the list as it is just Coke picking them off one by one.
And just like that, what would you know? A fight around it was supposed to probably be for mid-priority just to pick up the dragon, and somehow Natsus just one by one end up going down. It started with Raheen, who got caught out, and his team wasn't willing to follow up or turn completely for a fight, understandably to some extent. But then you got to give up mid-tower and/or you got to give up the dragon. I think giving up dragon would have been fine if you had everybody in the right area, but slowly just kind of stormtroopering through that fight meant that Natsus they just get run down piece by piece by piece. None of them were able to put together. They have enough gold and a number of members to actually make things work, and that's a Chemtech drag that's going to be coming out, and that's a tough situation to be in. But I mean, I don't even know if we get there. We haven't gotten to an actual soul yet, I don't think, during the course of this entire series, as Cope has taken just a 5,000 gold advantage. They can't really stop Concept, and now the rest of the team has more than enough team fighting damage to really beat you in the 4-on-4.
Yeah, it's been very disgusting, honestly, seeing what Cope has been able to do. And I want to real quick put a spotlight onto Duo King. Duo King has been phenomenal on this Alistar, always finding angles for these headbutt pulverizes, and is really hard stuffed any attempts to come out there. As
objective bounty. Let's go.
It's gone. There it is. I feel like it's been a while since I've noticed one of those.
We've got one in game 1.
Yeah, I saw it in game 1, but
I don't remember one from game 2, but this is rough.
Looking for it, gets the fear curtain call for Eno. Eno caught out of position, and that's going to be all she wrote. The subjugate being laid onto Duo King as well. This mid tower is not long for the world, but Urgot letting his presence be known topside.
Yeah, I mean, there's a
wave
there.
Pulverize! Look at the damage! They're able to do so much to the chain, but they can't follow it up any further. Duo King, your team is not in position to follow that up any further, buddy. As it is going to be the mid tower. Soulflare does tackle Nashiden, but that is all it could be. And another objective fountain has been claimed.
Concept.
Concept is just pushing towers, man.
He's solo winning the game. I don't know what to tell you. The entire time that this mid lane play is going down, yes, they pull 2 kills, yes, they pull mid outer, but they're going to lose a third of the health bar probably on this tower, which is going to be a sizable chunk that's not going to regenerate after everything is said and done. And like, that's just damage that continues to be done. This is the 3rd game now that we've seen Concept do the exact same thing, just winning in a side lane outright over top of his competition and basically 1v9ing the game of his own volition. But this time, I mean, you're seeing what is effectively like Captain Shrimps is enough gold to really impact team fights. You're seeing the advantage out of the ADC position as well. Like, there's really not a member outside of Perry's going to try to put this team on his back because he's got the most gold, slightly right around the area of Captain Shrimp. But that's not enough to carry an entire fight, unfortunately. When it comes to the 4-on-4, they somehow have to find a way to both respond to Concept and find generated plays outside of the 4v4. That's got to be from Sochi and Ninui coming together with ultimates, but clearly that hasn't been at least on the minds of the side of Natus, as here goes Graxer.
Yeah, you can put down the first man.
Yoink.
He just can't get away from Concept. Oh, man.
I feel like just the word Concept is going to be enough to put some fear into some of these guys. Like, they're going to hear it in conversation one day, and they're just going to shiver a little bit about the
Oh, that equalizer. That was beautiful to come out. A work of art. The red carpet laid out, and that is all the damage needed to lay siege into this mid lane. Bet is nowhere to be found. Does have TP, but this is not a fight you want to TP for. This is an inhibitor tower coming in. They haven't Rift Herald.
They haven't Rift Heralded yet. They could Rift Herald right after this inhibitor coming through. That is the possibility. I kind of would want them to drop it now in the mid lane just to throw potential.
Well, goodbye, Perry. Perry is going to be able to find refuge inside a Concept. Is going to be able to live for a little bit longer. Nice. Gets headbutt Pulverize and gets taken out. Another name for the Rampage, as it is just devastation coming out now. Cope is feeling themselves.
Rift Herald still wasn't dropped, though.
No,
they have
very
only,
weirdly.
It looks like a quarter of that timer left. They're walking towards Baron as well because Perry is down. They've got the Viego. They've got like the Rumble to work with. They've got the consistent damage out of 4 members. Like, it is easy enough for this team to be able to accomplish any task they want. TP is also available, as you can see. Also, the Chemtech Drake is causing for camouflage, which allows Duo King to get into a really cool position where he can flank onto somebody.
Yep, and you see him just headbutt Sochi away, which is very annoying for them, as the Baron does get secured, almost gets stolen there. Lots of damage being laid out. The Equalizer is in a fantastic position, burning alive. This troll here, Shrimp, is laying a lot more damage around here, as it is a straight-up barbecue Concept, picking up kills in the back end, as Shrimp finds a double. Raheen is jumped onto net. Perry is here to try and be his savior, but I don't know if this is enough. I think Concept takes this every day of the week. He's looking to try and do that. The shotgun knees are putting in work. He is absolutely dominating. He chose to pick a 1v2. Gets a little bit of help, but double kill and an ace.
Absolutely insane performance so far from Concept inside of this game. Like, there's a reason he went to Scouting Grounds. I know not a lot of people talked about Concept at like prior to Scouting Grounds being, but I know a bunch of people regarded him as being the best prospect, and you've seen that a number of times. Again, when it comes to this laning style of play, Tony Top was like #1 at it back when he was around, and Concept came in off of a revival and it really showed that he was capable of doing it too. And now, of course, Tony Top sits in Academy and is able to be on EGA, but Concept inside of Amateur is like the next best at doing exactly this thing. And you see him bullying team after team after team after team after team on all of these random assortments of picks. Because again, if a team could take him like EG did with Tony Top and turn him into another one of these project top laners, it feels like he's got the talent to make it work. He's incredible when it comes to playing in some of these solo situations. That's what's kind of put his team on his shoulders today, as he's been able to help out the remainder of Cope. Not that anyone's had particularly bad performances, mostly just that Concept is absolutely shining on the day.
Yeah, I feel like the scary thing is Concept has been getting better too, which begs the question of like, all right, if this guy is still getting better, this dude is already looking like a super top over here inside the amateur scene. What can happen with him as the season goes on? And like you were talking about, this is a lot of players are looking to showcase themselves going into the next season. Proving Grounds is going to be coming up next year, and a lot of these players are looking to showcase themselves. And I'll be honest, I think every single player, especially on this Cope squad, has been able to show quite a lot of what they can do. But Concept, like you said, has been shining ever so brightly.
Absolutely. There's a number of players on a number of these rosters that have really been kind of sticking out to me as being incredible contributors to team success. And this is going to come down to the fight.
Here we go. Big fight. It is taking a good amount of damage, but look at the Moonlight Vigil that was able to do a lot of damage. You do have Parry inside of him. Is going to be able to find a kill onto the Aphelios. The fight goes on for so long. They're able to find a kill onto the Alistair as well. And Shrimp is the only survivor of the fight, but Concept is just splitting over in the side lane. They pick up a team fight dub, but at what cost?
At the cost of at least the top inhibitor, especially since, oh no, Captain Shrimp.
Oh, he's dead. He's gone. All right.
Yes.
I was about to say, if he goes golden right there, I feel like that's a dead draw.
It was really close. I know Draxler had to be sweating there for a minute. Okay. Thankfully, it was kind of fortunate enough to know that was coming, and so was able to kind of not get hit by Concept's ultimate. If he would have got sniped by that one, that's an ult F4 moment right there. And the number of times he's been hit by that ult all game, that would have been the most tilting thing I have seen all night.
Bro, if that happened, I do not blame him for seeing the summoner disconnected from the game. That's completely fair play at that point in time. Nobody should be mad at him for disconnecting.
No, not at all. You do see at least also what I think Natsus has been trying to make work for the entirety of basically the series, which is that when you think about like Draxler and then the bottom side of the map, right? You got Parry, Sochi, Minmi, Brahim. Those are talented players, top to bottom. And like if you put them in a 4-on-4, especially if you put them on Evil Gold 4-on-4, you're okay with that. They feel like talented enough players. They've got the right hands. They've got the communication. They've got the experience that they should be fine. And that's been the case sometimes for the side of Natsus. But the problem is they're just not winning clean enough consistently that 4-on-4 can be relied upon to match what it is that Concept's been winning in side lane. And that's been such a problem for them throughout this entire finals.
And you can see now the 5-stack is coming about, looking to put their presence known onto this inhibitor, as it is standing without a tower to guide it here or protect it. Not Zeus looking to see if they will be able to find the squishier members here of the squad. Parry sitting inside the wall, looking for that angle, fishing for something. Urgot does get rooted up. The subjugate has been laid out onto the Urgot. That is going to be one kill. Viego dropped as well here. Duo King keeping him onto the equalizer for as long as possible, but the rest of the squad is able to push through it, and Alistair finds himself dropping.
You're seeing some of the range advantage really come in clutch here for the side of Natsus. Because again, when you're able to poke away, when you're able to get Sochi and Minwi putting in damage from a decent range from a little bit further back, and you've got this like massive front line in both Raheen, Parry, and Draxler, who can kind of drain tank slash pull resource or pull tank stats out of thin air to make sure that they don't go down easily on the front line. And if Concept doesn't get really good access into a bunch of the members, then it's so easy to win those bigger fights nowadays. You can see him playing around with the camouflage a little bit, just waiting for his prey like a trapdoor spider.
This is actually just terrifying.
Oh no, Barry!
Oh,
Barry!
Perry!
No!
Oh.
Oh, we're good. He didn't jump out of the wall, thankfully. I think camouflage it goes away when you're within proximity, and I think going into that wall was enough for Perry to be able to see Concept, and Concept guessed wrong about where he was going to end up, so
Yeah.
he just goes wide. Baron is going to be available. Mid push is there. Top push is already done as well, and especially if Concept likes to join in, the damage is going to be all that is necessary.
They're so scared about. They
Blind
can hear
killer.
the Jaws music playing as he's
Mhm.
coming in there. As we got a little bit of a freeze frame here. It looks like as here the
Travis,
record.
you know what this means?
What does this mean?
I don't know. I was asking.
I was gonna say, is this a record scratch moment? Is this
Record
where we go?
scratch.
So you're probably wondering how we got here. You're probably wondering how we got here, but but hey, they got the Baron, so it's all good.
Yes. That's like necessary. Again, when you've got these like little zones of camouflage and you're walking into an Urgot that's powerful, when you're walking into multiple people who can just burst you out that quickly, it's really hard to approach. It makes it so much more difficult now. So Natsu's just biding their time. They have to give up the Baron. They're down 8,000 gold. There's not much they can do to turn that. At minimum now, this is only third dragon at 27 minutes, so they do have until like the 32-minute mark to kind of turn their fate in this game if they can to any extent. Again, their fights have been going okay, in terms of like the 4-on-4s, 5-on-5s they've been able to find. But the problem now is like with this Baron buff, it's easy enough to try to help siege down some of these inhibitors that are already exposed, like in the mid lane, or to bring down the final bot inhibitor tower and start to really do damage to the base and just start flooding, the base of Natsu's, which
Oh,
is too
here we
much
go.
to have to deal with.
They're looking for a play. That was a flash from Raheem there, but no Solar Flare 2 come out. There it is. It's going to be able to tag onto the Viego here as the Aphelios is sitting over here
Oh my
over onto the
goodness.
side. Moonlight Vigil is going to be able to lay a good amount of damage onto Perry as the curtain call is there. They're trying to hold on to the shots, but it's an inhibitor getting dropped now. They're looking to turn their advantage back down to this bottom tower now. It's going to be able to shred that. This is now another inhibitor. Baird here. Headbutt Pulverize onto Sochi is going to be able to lay a good amount of damage as it's the flash forward coming in from them as they're trying to see if they can pick apart an advantage here. Concept
Sochi.
just got those shotgun knees, trying to lay out a little bit more damage, but Raheen is going to be able to just barely survive.
Oh,
the
they're so
fleet
low.
coming in, but they're so incredibly low. The Aphelios goes untouched this time, and it is them being able to pick up a very big W here as game number 3, the final game of this best of 5, is won by AOE Cope.
Oh, come out. They beat in amazing fashion. They get their top laner going in every single game as best as possible. Their bottom side holds on, able to not give too much over to the side of Natsu's. What a game plan coming out from them, smashing their opponents inside of this one.
Honestly, well played from Cope. All the players really did play well. They deserved this championship, and I feel like a lot of questions that Cope had to deal with from the group stage, from the side of the bracket that they went into, right? Their ride to the finals, a lot of people looked at it and said, all right, well, they didn't have the Collegiate Titans over inside of their bracket. They showed up and said, yo, if we were on that side of the bracket, yo, we might be able to do the same thing in an even better, more convincing fashion. And really, like we were talking about, all players shine brightly. Concept, of course, shine like a diamond inside this series here, but it was definitely all around a team effort.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about what happens with AoE, and they bring in a bunch of players that are from around solo queue, have some competitive experience, and they just give them more opportunities as best possible to show themselves. And so I don't think there's a reason to hang your head if you're the AoE organization. Getting second place is nothing to scoff at. But of course, AoE, the organization who gets to take away the first, the kind of number one opportunity here, getting a chance to put on display so many different players, hopefully to get scouted out for the Proving Ground split that's going to be coming up here in just a couple of months. You can see the names that are going to be at the top of the list. Given just the performances that we've seen from throughout the season and in this game, grand finals, the ability of multiple of these players, pretty much atop to bottom, the carry capability of just about anyone. They had a couple of rough bot lanes, but that was about it from the side of AoE Cope. Everything else had come together for them all together. Concept was an absolute monster, absolutely incredible inside of the finals. This is a team to at least keep your eye on for these players, because again, some of them are definitely worthwhile of being at or near some of the top level programs inside of Proving Grounds, maybe some of the affiliated teams, things of that sort.
Yeah, and AOE, they came into it as an organization, knowing that they were going to be able to pick a dub. One of their teams were going to win here today, and it was Cope. And all 10 of these players definitely fantastic, but it is Cope that stand on top. But that being said, that's it for us here on the caster desk. My name's been Travesty. I've been joined here by my ever so lovely co-caster. We're going to send it over to our analyst to send us off for the night. So, take it away.
Welcome back to the Area of Effect Condominium. My name is Kari, also known as Space Ghost. I'm joined here by my friends Beatdown Boulevard and the one and only Tempos. Friends, I feel pretty satisfied with this conclusion. Not only did two teams in the same organization get to show off their skills, but I really feel like Zeus went out fighting.
Yeah, I think you're right, Kari. Like, it was definitely, despite being the 3-1 scoreline that I predicted, it was a really exciting series regardless. I mean, game one was a little unlucky if you're a fan of Not Zeus, but I think besides that, like, Not Zeus really picked it up in game two, actually took the game in game three. And I think in this game, they had a really solid game plan getting onto the Rift. Absolutely, like, making the attempt to decimate Shaden's mental in the early game by just blowing Duo King's Flash level 1. I'm pretty sure they get the kill on him, and then immediately go to take his whole bottom side jungle. And it's just this whole attempt to, one, set him behind. Viego farms slowly as it is, so you want to build a big farm lead for your Kayn, who's going to absolutely outpace this Viego. And it does work for a while. He is way ahead in farm. Perry jungle is in such a strong spot, and a lot of these plays are working out for them. But the problem is, as time goes on, the team fighting for Cope that we keep talking about starts to come through for them.
Yep, it's that team fighting that ultimately kind of came in clutch pretty much all of the games except the one that Zeus took. So, Tempos, walk me through what you think really, like, for Zeus, not Zeus, was it the team fighting mechanics that you think was what it came down to?
I honestly think this might have been the first game where it might have just been comp diff. I think Zoos were actually playing the game pretty well in team fights. But like once the barbecue started going, and you have the ergot, yeah, it starts to become a little hard to deal with. But I think I think Cope just had better team fight champs in a lot of these games, and of course the ergot and the Rumble played well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Plus, Concept was really just a thorn in their side the entire game. Whenever they were able to just continue to push top, it was such a mess. So, Beatdown, what do you think Cope will do with the millions of dollars they're going to get from winning this tournament?
Well, maybe they can finally afford the AOE apartments we keep memeing about to put all their copious amount of players into. But I mean, overall, like, it's a great victory, I think, for the Orc, who's been clearly putting so much time and attention in the amateur scene. Several teams of honestly pretty solid caliber for this level that we see here at UPL, and some of these teams I'm sure we'll see in Proving Grounds next year and try to make a run for the actual Proving Ground and qualify for the Proving Grounds tournament there. And I think it's a really cool thing to see. I mean, no matter who won, AOE really did win today. It isn't like a cop-out answer. It's just like a big dub for the org, especially when you think about the prize money. And overall, it is cool to see that they have managed to make some teams with solid talent, more than one.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Tempos, here is the ultimate question. Are you ready for this one? Would you join AOE if they asked you?
They have asked me, but I'm probably going to join as their social media manager and their head Twitter guy because I'm just popping off on Twitter all the time.
You don't miss.
Actually, wait, I do have a team on AOE. Tempos 5? You haven't heard of us?
Oh,
I play every role. This was announced like months ago.
They just cloned you 4 times, and they just had you in every role. I didn't. I must have missed it. It's crazy.
Yeah, too powerful.
Get on that.
You just play, and it's blind, right? You play Zillion in every
oh yeah, every role, and I get my own apartment block.
Yeah, that's right. That's where he keeps all of
my
his
own section
bitches.
in the mansion.
Kage Bunshin no Jutsu's your way through a 5-man of yourself. I feel that. Any final words, gentlemen? This has been such a fun series. I'm really glad we got to see Zeus make it out on top for at least one game and show what they were worth. But any sum up, beat down, any sort of final thoughts?
Kind of just what I said previously. Like, shout out to AOE for putting out so much effort in the amateur scene, and I'm sure, like, as time goes on, it's going to bear even more fruit later on if they continue developing these players. Can't wait to see what PG will look like for this organization. And yeah, you won millions of dollars. Party it up.
Party it up, boys. Tempos, thank you so much for joining us, especially as a guest on your. Is this your first broadcast?
Yeah, first broadcast, I guess. It's
Smurf.
fun.
All right.
I enjoyed it.
You did great. Final thoughts on this particular series? How'd you feel?
I think honestly, I was pretty surprised by how well everybody played. It wasn't too bad. There was only one Fiesta game, and we got to see 3 new dragon maps, which is good because I had to play 14 games of solo queue before I even got to see one. So I'm glad we got some.
Yeah, I'm really glad too. Okay, so now that this desk segment is over, we will be going to an interview, I believe, with Captain Shrimps. So don't go anywhere because we'll be back or I'll be back. I don't know who's coming with me, but whatever. The audience is coming with me. You're coming with me. I'm holding you captive. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are joined here by Captain Shrimps, me and Beatdown. Shrimps, listen, you have been like meteorically improving this last season. What's the like training regimen? What's the secret? Are you deliberately trying to improve, or like what's the whole like why do you keep getting so much better every time I see you play?
I don't even feel like I'm getting that much better, but I don't know. Maybe it's like the way I approach the game because um, I think I'm pretty open to exploring a lot of different ways to like, as in how to win the game, right? Because a lot of people have different approaches, and then sometimes on a team those approaches will clash. But I'm pretty willing to try anything out. So I think that goes a long way into figuring out okay what works and what doesn't. And so if you just keep doing that and then keep dropping all the stuff that doesn't work, then I mean eventually you have to get better, right?
Yeah, I think that openness and ability to try to absorb the positive concepts instead of just shutting it down, saying "I know best." That's a great quality to have. Beat down.
So one thing I want to know is kind of towards the end of game 3 when you guys lost, and also the late invasion in game 4. What are comms like? Was there like any concern about tilt, or were you guys taking it in stride and just saying like, hey, look, we know our game plan, we're just gonna go through with it anyway?
Yeah, I mean our team was a bit dysfunctional towards the end of the third game. Um, I don't really think there was that much concern about tilt. Like we have some pretty confident players, let's say, and so everyone wants to talk about okay, we lost because of ABC reason, but even though even though it didn't work out in that game, I think everyone was pretty focused to just try to solve the problem and then get back into it in game 4. We definitely had some disagreements, but I don't think it's anything that serious.
That's good. I mean, honestly, one of the big questions about your team was like this very factor too. So it's nice that, especially in the finals, you guys managed to pull it together and actually managed to, function well together.
Yeah, I mean everyone wants to like show off how much better they are than their opponent, and so like it's just the way the game is right now. You can't have every single lane wanting to play super aggro and then dominate or lane kingdom,
Hmm.
right? And so there has to be a bit of give and take there, and I think we worked it out for the last game at least.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that you're 100% right there. A lot of scouts and analysts actually look for those strong, willing weak side players. So, I mean, keep that in mind that, if you are willing to play that weak side, that actually garners a lot of favor and a lot of points from professional teams because it shows that you are a team player and not a KDA player. So, that being said, Shrimps, what's next for you? Like, what are you aspiring to? Like, what are the steps that you want to take for your career?
I mean, nothing fancy. I just want to see like how far I can go with this. So, um, if I'm good enough for Academy, then Academy. If I'm good enough for LCS, then LCS. I just want to play for the sake of competition. Really, I don't really have any. I'm not in it for the money or the clout or whatever, and I'm not really too pressed. I would say financially to make something happen now. So
Mhm.
I mean, I'm just taking it one step at a time. So hopefully I can play in some org again next season, but we'll have to see.
Absolutely. Well, I know that we are all on the broadcast team, huge advocates and huge fans of Captain Shrimps. So hopefully
Thank
you'll
you.
be
Thank
able to
you.
see. Yeah, absolutely. Once again, we've been watching you since I think or was it Spring Proving
Yeah,
Grounds? You
spring
guys played
proving
it?
grounds.
Yeah, Spring Proving Grounds. So I mean, it's pretty meteoric. I know it's hard to see because it's like watching your own hair grow, but you definitely have showed a lot of progress. And I think that attitude that you have about being open to other frames of mind is actually invaluable. So I'm glad we got to hear about that. Any parting words for fans, family, anybody?
No, I mean if any analysts are watching, you guys should consider picking up this team. I mean, no comment about our top lane. I think, yeah, I mean he's already got his stuff sorted out, but
You can't have him.
yeah, our jungler is top notch. Our bot lane is top notch, and I feel like I'm pretty good as well. So,
I'll
um,
say it. Captain Trips is top notch.
if you guys
He
are
is. He
looking
absolutely is.
for any open spots in your team, then you should definitely consider picking these guys up.
Amazing. So nice to see. Not only are you open to criticism and other points of view, but you're also just a good guy overall. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, have a good night.
Yeah, you guys take care.
And you as well, the audience, the viewer. I'm breaking the fourth wall. I release you from your torment. Thank you so much for joining us for the finale of UPL, and have a lovely night.